I think so. Sorry about that, everybody. OBS glitch. That's so weird. I even tested the mic beforehand, and it was working. I don't know what happened. I've also had a couple of blue screens so far today. Windows and OBS. I don't know. Somebody's having trouble. But anyway, glad you're all here. Live broadcast, if you couldn't tell. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday, one and all. I hope you're all having an excellent day. Whether you're watching live right now on Twitch, or whether you're watching sometime in the future, on the VOD or on YouTube or whatever. But, yeah. Anywho, glad you're here, everyone. We're gonna have a pretty chill stream today. We've got a new video to watch if we want to. We've got some good news out of France about some stolen dinosaur fossils being repatriated to Mongolia. And then we're going to be having a lot of Q&A as well. We'll do Mesozoic. Just going to see where this stream takes us. And then I'm also working on printing another baby leatherback sea turtle as well. So, yeah, anyway. Good to have everybody here. Glad you could make it. Who did I see early on? Claire Burr and Lenina and Matt M33. Petrodactylus, Casey Snowart, Scoobs, Springy Otter, Chris TS, Alexander Morrison, The Trek Nerd, Tin Man, J-Man, DeGrowly Bear, Pate B, Doodle Stargazer, Eddie Scarn, That One Guy, Board Games James, Tax Art, Shark Geek. How are you doing, Shark Geek? Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Hyvarius. Howdy, Mustache Mike. How is everybody? I'm glad you could be here. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about oftentimes dinosaurs, since dinosaurs are what I study, dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, dinosaurs are what I dig up during the field season, which this year went for 11 weeks. We spent 11 weeks in the field in 2025, excuse me. It's almost 2026. I gotta get with the times here. Anyway, 11 weeks is a new record, and we'll see if we approach that next year. I'd love to exceed it, but we'll see. Anyway, when I'm not out in the field digging up fossils live on camera, I'm usually back here in my office in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. You can't really tell that it's sunny because we're indoors right now, but anyhow, yeah. This is where we go over fossil news, new publications that come out, where we do remote interviews with other paleontologists, do a ton of Q&As, special events like World Tapir Day, International Whale Shark Day, etc. When we're not in the field, this is where we're at here in the office. I'm glad you're here. And if you've got any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask them. That's what these streams are all about, you know? The whole point is to try and give you an inside peek into how paleontology really works. How do we do fossil science? And who are the scientists who carry it out? Why is it important to us? Why should it be important to you at home? My goal here is to be an ambassador, not just on Twitch, but an ambassador to the general public for the field of fossil science. What's paleontology all about? Who are paleontologists? What motivates us? What do we want you to know about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth? And what do you want to know? I'm here to walk you through it to the best of my ability. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah, and the emergency dig with Andrew was 2 weeks, Lenina, 2 weeks. Yeah. So apart from that, we had, I think, 9 weeks in the field. And 4 or 5 weeks in Wyoming. 3 weeks in Doling's Bowl. About a week and a half or 2 weeks with Josh out in Utah. Yeah, I'll see if we can exceed that. And Eddie Scarrance's most amazing thing about Dinokairos? Oh man, I have a special story about Dinokairos. Do you know about this, Eddie Scarran? Have you heard about this? It's in a video that I did ages ago. Here we go. So I did a video review of a game called Prehistoric Kingdom a while ago. And I kind of compared it quite favorably to bigger name games like Jurassic World Evolution, which at the time it hadn't quite reached the point that it's at now, where like a lot of their stuff is really good nowadays in Jurassic World Evolution. Anyhow, yeah. Here, take a look. Entertain yourself with. Dinosaurs are still appealing because of their authenticity. I talk about Dinokairos here in a second. Are real. The team behind Prehistoric Kingdom seems to realize that. It's front and center in their advertising.
Show the world that these aren't monsters. Show the world what they truly
I'll be right back.
are. And they'll come running.
You don't have to monsterify your dinosaurs just to make them compelling to a general audience. Dinosaurs are wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real. Let me tell you a little story. In 2013, I was presenting research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. All of us had heard rumors of a big reveal concerning a theropod dinosaur called Dinokairos. Now, Dinokairos was first discovered in Mongolia back in the 1960s, but we only really had its arms. And these arms were enormous, like 8 feet long. The biggest arms ever on a theropod dinosaur. Just astonishing. What does the rest of the animal look like, you know? And like, I can expand on this a little bit. This was one of these things that's kind of a legend in the annals of dinosaur paleontology. Dinokairos, this incredible animal, so mysterious. Just its arms are very worthy of note. There's a book that I had when I was a kid. Here it is. This book really meant a lot to me as a kid. Anybody else familiar with this big golden book of dinosaurs? This features Dinokairos, but since we didn't have a lot of material from it at the time, it's featured as kind of a mystery. There we go. Bingo. So, here we go. Dinokairos bones. Just the arms of this animal being so big and weird, they became the stuff of legend. It's like an unsolved mystery in dinosaur paleontology. This animal with these gigantic, ridiculous arms. What did the rest of it look like, you know? Enormous, like 8 feet long. The biggest arms ever on a theropod dinosaur. When we were in Blanding, Utah, visiting the dinosaur museum there, they had a display featuring those Dinokairos arms. Find that for you. I thought this was really funny, actually. There we go. Oh, I love this. Cool. Not everybody. This is super cool. We have a Tyrannosaur skeleton right here. And hey, Ceres Rainbow. It's Tarbosaurus, I think. Dinokairos. Yeah, so Tarbosaurus and Dinokairos arms. Several skeletons of Tarbosaurus have been found in Mongolia. The Tarbosaurus skeleton is shown in a fast running pose, trying to escape the grasp of the huge arms of another carnivorous dinosaur, Dinokairos. The rest of the Dinokairos skeleton has not been discovered and remains a mystery. If not for the discovery of the arms of Dinokairos, there would be no knowledge that such a remarkable dinosaur ever existed. This demonstrates that any fossil, even a single bone, or an incomplete part of the skeleton, may represent something new to science. I love that. So anyway, Dinokairos, just incredible animal, legendary, you know, in like a literal sense of the word. Not just saying it's superlative, we're saying it's legendary. Tommy Ploticus, thank you for the 29 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 29 months. For decades afterward, it was a mystery what the rest of this dinosaur looked like. Nobody knew for sure. But we learned from the SVP abstract volume that an international team had discovered a decent skeleton of this animal. And we knew at this meeting, we might get to find out what this famously mysterious dinosaur really was.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Thank you for the 8 months of support, Santosh. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It was quite the scene. Maybe 1/3 of all the vertebrate paleontologists in the world crammed ourselves into this ballroom. It was standing room only. And we waited for the talk to start. One of the presenting researchers was from Japan, and he had a pretty thick accent. Frankly, he was a little bit difficult to understand. But as the presentation went on, we all leaned forward as he showed us photo after photo of the new material, revealing to us piece by piece what the rest of the skeleton of Dinokairos looked like. And then the next slide. 40 years of mystery just concluded there before our very eyes. A gorgeous 3D model of the full animal, all fleshed out, just slowly rotating there on the screen, and it wasn't like any other dinosaur we'd ever seen before. Big unveiling. A ballroom full of scientists who'd been silently watching with bated breath. Suddenly, spontaneously stood up and began to applaud. I had never seen anything like this at a scientific conference before. It was magical. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It's a shining example of what dinosaur paleontology can be. Beautiful marriage of science and art and discovery. You know what reminds me of that moment? Prehistoric Kingdom does. Yeah, they feature Dinokairos in the game, and anyway, it's good stuff. It's one of my favorite stories to tell, just because it's kind of everything that dinosaur paleontology should be, you know?
Because though they died out so long ago,
Arid, thank you
their
for the
fossil
17
bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Thank you, Arid, for the 17 months. Thank you for the prime there. I think I failed to mention earlier, this is literally my full-time job. This is how I make my living. This is how my research and travel and fieldwork and everything get funded. It's because of this outreach that I do on Twitch. And if you're subscribing to the channel, even if you use your Prime sub, if you're gifting subscriptions or cheering with bits, you're making it possible for me to do this full time. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to make my living doing this, you know? And so I'm deeply grateful to everybody who makes that possible, including you, Aaron. Thank you. Yeah. We got a question from Springy Otter. Thank you for reposting, Claire. Oh, and is this about Saurischians and Ornithischians? Yeah, this is a fun one. It's a little confusing. How did the branch of lizard-hip dinosaurs end up having their hips changed during their evolution into modern birds? Lizard to bird hip design. So that's the thing that's tricky. When we're talking about... Well, here. We're talking about dinosaurs. We've got two major groups. This will work. Thank you, Berkeley, for putting together this. Excellent. There's the way that we typically look at it, at least. Here, actually, what we'll do is let's grab this and we'll annotate it here. Excellent. Here. So this is the dinosaur family tree. Dinosaurs are everything from this point on is a dinosaur. So dinosaurs are related to things like crocodiles, pterosaurs, but neither of those is a dinosaur. To be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from this common ancestor right here. So everything that evolves from this ancestor is, by definition, a dinosaur. And then right at the base of Dinosauria, we think that there's a split that occurs. And you get these two main branches in Dinosauria. You get the Saurischian, or lizard-hipped dinosaurs, and the Ornithischians, or bird-hipped dinosaurs. So for both of these, there's different characteristics that kind of distinguish them. All the Ornithischians have got this bone at the end of their lower jaw called the predenary. These are all plant-eating dinosaurs, and they all have beaks to one extent or another. The Saurischian dinosaurs are all of the sauropods and sauropodomorphs, like our Plateosaurus right here, or like this Apatosaurus. These are sauropodomorphs. They're mostly long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. And then you have the theropods, who are your two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. They're right here, the theropods. And birds, right here, are a kind of theropod dinosaur. So they evolved from two-legged, meat-eating, feathered dinosaurs. But anyway, right here, you've got this split between the Ornithischians and the Saurischians. Ornithischians, the name means lizard-hipped, or excuse me, bird-hipped, Ornithischians. And then Saurischians means lizard-hipped. But birds are part of the lizard-hipped dinosaur group?
What?
What? How does that make any sense? Well, it's a long story. So here's the thing. There was one guy who kind of figured this out at the beginning.
The work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And Rahenis, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Harry Govier-Seeley is a British naturalist back in the 1800s. There we go. This guy. Harry Govier-Seeley. And he was looking at dinosaur fossils. Dinosaurs had only been named a little while earlier. And he was studying these critters and realized that they kind of fell into two main categories based on the shape of their hips. So yeah, let's see. 1888 he discovered this. Dinosaurs had only been named in 1842. So anyway, he realized that there's kind of a key difference between these two groups. And it's in their hips. We'll talk more about this later on in the month. But yeah, this will work for now. Although it's backwards. There we go. That'll do it. Beautiful. So, in the hips of all dinosaurs, and in our hips too, we've got the same bones. The ilium on top, the pubis that points forward, so like the head of the animal would be over here, and the ischium that points backwards. So in ornithischian dinosaurs, generally, the pubis has a prong. Is this the obturator process? It points forward, but then part of the pubis points backwards like this, like it does in birds. So it kind of butts up against the ischium. In the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, the hips are superficially more like the hips of a lizard, which is why they're called lizard-hipped. When you look at a dinosaur like Allosaurus, for instance, here we go, that'll work. Ilium pubis pointing forward, and ischium pointing backwards. This is the lizardy arrangement. But birds evolved from dinosaurs like this. They didn't evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. Again, when we're talking about those bird hips, birds have hips that superficially look like this, but it's not quite right. And that's why it's confusing. There's other kinds of dinosaurs. Well, the theropod dinosaurs, like Allosaurus here, are much more closely related to birds. And birds evolved from a dinosaur that would have looked a lot like this. Velociraptor, right? And in the skeleton of Velociraptor, in those hips, the pubis, which normally points forward in Saurischians, it's starting to point backwards, just like in a bird. I have a model. Let me go grab that and I'll show you. Be right back. Okay. So, here's a little plastic model of a Velociraptor skeleton that I like to use for teaching purposes. So you'll notice something when we're looking at this Velociraptor skeleton. See the hips right here? The pubis is pointing backwards, like in aves, like in birds. And so, yes, birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs who started to develop that bird-like arrangement to the pelvis there with the pubis pointing backwards. That's where birds got it from, is from their dinosaur ancestors like Velociraptor here. Does that make sense? So, it's a long explanation, but hopefully not too confusing. The concept itself is a little confusing, but hopefully you get it now. Yeah. Who was it? Otter who asked the question? Is that making sense? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And plates before... Oh, you bet, Springy Otter. Yeah. Good stuff. And Synthberry says it seems almost like convergent evolution. It kind of is. I mean, the ornithischians and birds both evolved a similar, vaguely similar arrangement to their pelvis, but it's not really the same if you look at the nuts and bolts of it. So yeah. Plates before date says, I wonder what caused the evolution of intelligence all those millions of years. Assuming none of them developed more than a lizard brain? I mean, no, that's not... Dinosaurs had a, not just an extraordinary diversity of different body forms and sizes and ecologies. You had dinosaurs with different shapes, sizes, heights, widths, diets, lifestyles, everything else. And you had dinosaurs with different types of brains as well. Dinosaurs that had evolved different kinds of brains. So, famously, dinosaurs like Stegosaurus, not a particularly brainy animal. The brain is not as small as has been reported in the popular press, but it's not super tiny either. And then you have dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, which have a brain about the size of ours. Here's a T-Rex brain. I really need to print another one of these. But this is a model of a Tyrannosaurus brain. And this is about... It's about that long. So it's certainly not tiny. Here's the thing, is that dinosaurs were, as far as we know, the smartest animals in their environment. I guess that includes birds, too. Birds were a kind of dinosaur. But when dinosaurs were doing their thing during the Mesozoic, during the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods, at least since the beginning of the Jurassic, they were probably the cleverest animals around. They were the brainiest creatures in their ecosystems. Our little mammal ancestors were probably not as bright, as clever, or as behaviorally sophisticated as we would assume them to be as mammals. You know, as mammals, we can be a little solipsistic, a little bit chauvinistic even. Like, oh yeah, of course, mammals are smart because we're mammals. But the most intelligent animals in a Mesozoic ecosystem were probably the dinosaurs walking around. Especially like theropod dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And then of course we have dinosaurs like Troodon. Anytime we talk about dinosaur intelligence, EQ, encephalization quotient, of course, Troodon comes up.
Part of my heartbeat.
Troodon sparked little interest among dinosaur experts.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
All that would change when Dale Russell came upon the skull cap of a Troodon in a museum collection. The more he studied the fossil.
I think they might have one of these in Dickinson, North Dakota there too. How many of you were here for the special event on Thursday? The Badlands Dinosaur Museum field report. That was super, super cool. Anyway, it looks like they've got one of these now. Really cool stuff. Really, really cool stuff. Anyway, the way that intelligence is such a tricky thing to measure. We don't even have a solid definition of what intelligence means nowadays. It's one of these concepts that's really squishy and subjective, and I don't know. I'm always very skeptical anytime somebody makes any kind of claim otherwise, like, oh, intelligence, I'm very intelligent and I have an IQ of blah, blah, blah. It's like, chances are that person is not actually very bright. Because intelligence is such a wishy-washy concept. It's so difficult to measure. Anyway, when we're talking about it in the context of dinosaurs, we mean, when we're talking about intelligence, really it's just, it's brain size compared to body size, and, some vague notion of behavioral complexity as well. Do these animals have behaviors that are complicated, that are, do they have multi-step behaviors that they carry out, stuff like that. But again, it's so tricky to talk about this kind of thing because it's not easy to define, and it's even more difficult to measure. So anyway, and Commander Space Dog, hey, welcome. Great seeing you at TwitchCon too. Thank you for showing up and saying hello. I appreciate it. Good to have you here. But yeah. Anyway, when we're talking about intelligence, when we're talking about cognitive science, there's somebody else that you should be listening to about this, who actually studies this kind of thing. That's Rhacodactylus. I'm a dilettante when it comes to this sort of thing. I don't know anything about cognitive science, measures of intelligence, whatever. Rhacodactylus he's a doctorate in cognitive science. And he streams here on Twitch. On Wednesdays, he does science outreach streams. Give him a follow, Rhacodactylus. Can we get a shout out for him? Anywho, yeah. And Wombat Hole says predators tend to be smarter in the animal kingdom. Generally, yeah, because that's the thing, is that if you're trying to chase down a meal, It's often a bit more cognitively demanding to chase down a living animal who's running away from you and actively trying to evade you than just chasing down, you know, a plant that can't really see or hear or run away. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, Troodon.
The more it amazed him.
I sat and I turned that skull back and forward in my hands for probably 5 minutes. And then my heartbeat started going up. And I realized that
Spider intelligence. Interesting.
I was seeing something that nobody noticed before.
Most dinosaurs' brains did not fill their brain cavities, but the Troodon brain was so large, it left impressions on the inside of the skull. Troodon was every inch the predator, with
which is really funny because every inch the predator. We've got like multiple lines of evidence now that show this animal is probably an omnivore. It probably ate plants too. So not every inch the predator.
razor-sharp serrated teeth and large hook-like claws. Unique among the dinosaurs, Troodon had an opposable finger that gave it a firm grasp on it.
And why call it a finger? It is a thumb. It's digit 1. But did it actually oppose with the rest of the, we don't really know this. Anyway, this is an old episode of Paleo World, which is, it's good, but it's, you know, we've learned a lot since then. And there's some interesting claims and ideas made in that episode, which kind of bear further scrutiny. There you go, Mirror Space, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And intelligence, again, it's something that's kind of in the eye of the beholder. It's a tricky concept, and I'll show you why. There. Take a look at this. So this is a bird. I think this is a New Caledonian crow. It's kind of corvid. It's related to other crows and ravens. And it's descended from theropod dinosaurs, not too different from like Troodon. So this is, in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking at the entire tree of life, this is a really close relative of Troodon. You know, when you're looking at that big picture like that. But yeah. Very rare view in your field. Is that really that rare, Rico? I thought that view was a little bit more widespread. Anyway, let's continue. That is what is known as a bird. This is true, Ahikane Powda. And, well, are birds dinosaurs? They are. Anyhow. Check this out. Yeah. And the reason that these are here. There we go. Now the numbers are not backwards. I got to do this because I think this is a BBC clip. Yeah, BBC too. And they're notoriously difficult about putting clips up on YouTube, which is why we got to do this. Yeah. There you go, Reiko. Yeah. So he's got to grab a stick out of there. Huh. Interesting. Frozen Yak says jokingly, birds smarter than humans confirmed. I mean, in some ways, they literally are. We'll talk about that. Hmm. So that's tool use right there. Using a stick to retrieve those rocks, and then using the rocks themselves as tools. It's got to understand some degree of weight and how levers work. It is like an escape room wombat hole, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that gives him a bigger stick. He can use that stick as a tool to get the piece of food. It's pretty wild, right? Here's a link to that video. Pretty wild. That's a dinosaur right there. A theropod dinosaur. A bird. I could do that, says Iacane. Well, yeah, but I know some people who wouldn't be able to figure that out. Get too frustrated. Anyhow, and yeah, this is true, Rhagodactylus, is like, that bird was familiar with all of these individual steps, at least to a certain extent, but being able to, like, put them together as a sequence and everything, without having anybody explain that to the bird, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. The learning here is social in a sense to know the myriad cause and effect relationships. Yeah. Yeah. And welcome Yoda on Koga. Good to have you here. Hello, hello. Glad you could join us. What's shaking? Here, we might have another instance of a bird in the wild. There we go. Exhibiting some tool use. This is a heron. Not sure what species. Might be a black-crowned night heron, or a close relative. And it's got some bread right there.
Let's protect our fossils, because
hang on.
if they're removed,
Tulip Waltz
forever.
Hey, holy cow! Thank you, Tulip Waltz, for the subscription. Really appreciate that. That's a first-time sub right there. Thank you so much for the prime. And Lordy, did we miss your subscription 5 minutes ago? I'm sorry about that, Lordy. Shoot. Well, I appreciate 67 months is a long time. Very long time. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 67 months, Lordy. Holy cow. Yeah. But this is pretty remarkable. So here is a heron who's got a piece of bread in their beak. Oh, bird's gonna eat the bread, right? No. This bird's gonna use that bread as a tool. Check it out. So there's fish in the pond. The heron would like to eat a fish. The bread is placed as bait. They do this in isolation from humans. I mean, this is a wild bird. This bird has not been taught to do this. So the heron realizes, shoot, these fishes are too big to catch. Too big. Can't swallow a fish that big when you're a heron that small. So Pick the bread up out of the water. It's going to save it for a smaller fish. Oh. Oh, gotta take it out of the water so it doesn't get eaten by a larger fish. Gotta wait for some small fish to come by. Yep, not for you. Oh, there's a little fish. Fish is probably too big. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that right there? Look at this. Wow. How cool is that? Smart little guy, says Petraclus. Amazing, right? Pretty darn cool. Yeah. And what did they use for this before humans started baking bread? I don't know if they did, like, probably didn't do this. My guess is that heron probably observed some people feeding those fish bread or something else like that and realized, oh, that's how you get the fish to come up close to the banks? I've observed this as an intelligent bird. I'm gonna try that myself, but I'm gonna use it to the detriment of the fishes. I'll use this to bring about their destruction. Like it's a certain degree of ingenuity that requires there, and it's truly impressive, you know? A lot of birds are very, very clever. Yeah. Also possible to use insects, worms, and such? Maybe, but I don't know if... I guess it's possible, but I don't have any reason to think that that's the case. So yeah. Yeah. Left the bread in the water for the big fish to eat. No, Reiko, that's the thing. Were you watching? So, big fish approach. Heron pulls the bread back. Those fish are too big to eat. Let's put it back for some smaller fishes. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow, cool stuff. And just wait for the birds to figure out how Uber Eats works, says Frozen Yak. Well, how about a different kind of food delivery? There we are.
It's not only humans who enjoy a drink of milk. People living all over the country are getting up in the mornings and finding their milk bottle tops torn off and some of the milk missing.
Actually...
And here, this is also a BBC clip, so I think I gotta do this. Yep. 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 And they're after the cream. Great source of nutrients. Lots of calories in there. Yep. Yep. They taught each other how to do this. Yep. Yep. So it wasn't really worth it anymore to try and eat out of the bottle. Does that make sense? Pretty cool. Another example of learned behavior in a bird. That's not edited. That's a starling who has learned how to mimic those sounds. Thank you, Granny Pantaloons, for the 21 months of support. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. We see this in the more modern era with raccoons and trash bags. Yeah. Yeah.
Fatality.
Sammy Keene, thank you for the 24 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Excellent. Here, before I forget, let's do a Blue Sky Post, then we'll do Metazoa, and then we'll get into a little bit of fossil news and that kind of thing. So, yeah. Let's do a screenshot real quick. See if that's any good. No, I don't know. Well, we could do better than that. We could do better than that. Let's try that. Yeah, that'll work. Excellent. Let's see. Crop that. Excellent. Yeah. And let's post it. We're live with hang on, our this just finished. Let me get another one going. Hang on a sec. It's our hatchling leatherback sea turtle. Just finished printing. Gonna do another one. I'd like to have about 30 or so of these that I can give out as gifts to people over the next year, who help us with our leatherback turtle conservation and research and everything else. So, since now that I've got the 0.25 millimeter nozzle, the super fine scale nozzle on the printer, I want to print a whole bunch of these. Because we're going to switch to the 0.8 millimeter again soon for larger prints, and then we'll lose that resolution. So, anyhow. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Paleontology, Q&A, and natural history, and chill natural history vibes. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Paleontologizing. It doesn't have to be a novella or anything. It'll be a short message. Linked by a 3D printed Protoceratops skull. Model a small leatherback turtle model, cycad, etc. There we go. And paleontologizing. Paleontologizing spelled correctly. Let's post it. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, Science Streams, how are you doing, Bullet? I hope you're having an excellent day. If you had a great weekend, it's good to see you. Here's a link to that post there. In case anybody would like to engage with that. Oh, and I thought I'd share this with everybody else too, which I thought was great. I reposted this over the weekend, and some of you saw it, and some of you didn't. But, this person, fellow scientist, somebody in seismology, says, "You're absolutely not going to regret listening to this bird." I agreed, which is why I reposted it. A male rock ptarmigan in winter plumage. Ptarmigan is Gaelic, Tarmachan, meaning croaker. The P was added when people mistakenly assumed it was a Greek word. A bird forever warning people, a werewolf, just in case of werewolves. Well, here, take a look. And then he says, look out. Look out, look out, look out. A werewolf, a werewolf. Look out, look out. Good stuff. Sarah's Rainbows, I'm glad you appreciated that. Somebody in the chat, or not in the chat, in the comments, posted afterward, what was it? They were like, oh my gosh, this bird just saved my life. There was a werewolf behind me as I was watching the video, and this video scared it off. Good stuff. Yeah. And hey, Murph, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Good to have you. Let's look that bird up on our Tree of Life, and then we'll jump into Mesozoic, shall we? Holy cow, 16 notifications. Thank you, everybody, for the reposts and everything. Thank you for likes on the Going Live post. Good stuff. All right. Let's look this bird up on our Tree of Life. Rock. Ptarmigan. There we go. Yeah. Two-cylinder. Interesting, Alexander Warren. Okay. Rock ptarmigan. Lagopus muta. Sister tax under the willow ptarmigan. The white-tailed ptarmigan. Also a close relative. Snow partridge. Chinese grouse? Okay. Hazel grouse, ruffed grouse. And then, not too far from the wild turkey, Meleagris gallopavo. One of our favorite birds around here. Yeah. Do they change for the winter? I bet they do, Claire. Summer and winter plumages. Oh yeah. They, that's impressive. Shoot. Yeah, so they change a lot from summer to winter. Come on, ResearchGate. There we go. Yeah. Female and male. Summer at the bottom, winter at the top. Pretty dramatic. Pretty dramatic plumage change. One of the other things that feathers are really, really good for, if you want to completely change your coloration seasonally, feathers can help you do that. They can be a temporary thing. You can shed them and grow new ones and completely change your appearance. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. You've heard of the bird that cried wolf. Now here's the bird that cries werewolf. There you go, Town Rebellion. Yeah. The feathers don't change color, Claire. The feathers drop out. They molt them, and then they grow new ones. It's probably... I bet you we could find a rock ptarmigan that's kind of halfway through that transition. Fall plumage. Yeah, so they're actively shedding the feathers and growing new ones. So here we go. Here's kind of in between, I think. Yeah. Which can make a lot of sense because, like, early on in the season, you might not have that much snow before it's really accumulated, and so this kind of camouflage might be ideal. You know? Pretty neat. Yeah. And I don't think they're too far from doves in the grand scheme of things, Claire. I think they're pretty close. So yeah, here's the game birds, as they're sometimes called, because they just love video games. I presume that's why they're called that. Grouse, pheasants, and more. Pheasants, quails, and guinea fowl. Game birds. Yeah. Gamers. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. So I think Columba livia, the pigeon, is... Yeah, there we go. They are one of the game birds. So they're also within this clade. The pigeons. Yeah. Good stuff. And you have Springer Spaniels? That's really cool, Murph. I grew up with Cockers. Cocker Spaniel. Wonderful dogs. You know who else is a wonderful dog? Well, honorary dog, maybe. Because when I call her, sometimes she shows up. It's... Mini Pie. Hello, Minnie. How are you doing? How are you doing, Minnie Pie? It's good to see you. Yeah. If anybody's new here, this is Minnie Pie. She's one of my landlords. She loves interrupting the stream. That's one of her favorite things. Demanding payment. She's like, it's Monday. You know what that means? Time to pay rent. There we go. Huh. Huh. Time to show your butt to the camera? Get that out of there. Hide your shame, Minnie Pie. It's like, no, the whole world needs to see. Oh. She's such a sweetie. No, she's... Sweetie Pie is the sweetie, Claire Burr. That's why she's called that. Minnie Pie is... Well, she's not particularly mini anymore. She's gotten significantly larger than I think when she was first christened. Although Lordy could tell you that. Lordy, has Minnie Pie, has she significantly embiggened since she first showed up? How many landlords do you have? 3, green plate. Yeah. There's Moon Pie, Mini Pie, and Sweetie Pie. Moon Pie rarely makes appearances here. She's kind of an absentee landlord. So ontogenetic changes. There you go, Lordy. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, you want some treats, huh? What you want? What you want? I think we can make that happen. I think we can make that happen. Alright, let's get some treats for you, huh?
In the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters and of the monsters who chased them.
Allosaurus, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online and giving me the ability to afford payment to these ravenous creatures. Oh. Ooh, good stuff. There we go. Benny. What do you think? CB storage, what is that emote? Oh, goodness. Alright, Mini Pie, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you later. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, and White Tiger King says, do you have a skull or bone picture on your house? Of... You're talking about Smilodon, our state fossil here in California? I do.
Playing tag with you,
and thank you, Tone Rebellion, for the 100 bits there. Tone Rebellion, I'm sorry that the TTS is not working. That's a Stream Elements issue. I don't know what their deal is right now. But Tone Rebellion cheered 100 bits and said, every donation helps save Danny's life. Because without money to buy treats, the ravenous carnivorans in his ecosystem would surely devour him. Oh, this is true, Tone Rebellion. This is true. So thank you for helping me not die by subscribing to the channel. I can keep these cats fed so they don't eat my eyeballs while I'm sleeping. Devour him without peeling. There you go, Lordy. Like a tapir eating a banana, you know?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Appreciate that, Golganek. Good stuff. I was going to talk about Smilodon for a second. As Tiger King here had a question, let me find that. California Smilodon flag. There we go. Yeah, excellent. This is a design that I came up with a few years back. I live here in California, and our state fossil is Smilodon fatalis, the saber-toothed cat from the late Pleistocene. I used to have t-shirts and stuff with this. I do have a big flag somewhere. I need to find that. But anyway, yeah, we found a lot of Smilodon. Well, showed a lot of them off when we were at La Brea in Los Angeles last year. I might even do some streams from there this year. We'll see. And then here's another thing. I've got to see about bringing this to Berkeley this week so I can scan it in high res as like a practice thing. I'm going to be... Well, I'm teaching myself how to use like high-resolution digital scanners to scan small objects. So we're going to be working on some fossils on that front. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting and it. I appreciate that. Here is a plastic Smilodon. This is one of the old Marx plastic toys. The PI at Berkeley who is letting me learn how to use the scanners, he works on carnivorous mammals like this. So as a thank you to him, I want to practice scanning this so I learn how to use the scanner. And then once I have a nice digital model of it, I want to print it for him. 3D print it, because I do a lot of 3D printing. I want to print it for him much larger. I think that would be a cool thing for him to put on his desk or on a shelf or whatever. And it's, you know, it's a classic design of a saber-toothed cat. I think it would look cool and vintage, and I think he'd appreciate that. But anyway, here in the office, I've got a bunch of different Smilodon parts 3D printed. I've got a skull that I had on the wall last week. It's put away right now in a box of other prints and fossil elements and stuff, so I'm not going to fish that out right now. It would probably take a solid 5 minutes to find them. But suffice to say, we're big fans of saber-toothed cats around here. And yeah, you'll be seeing more of them in the coming months, too. And Alexander Morrison, yes! I was talking with my colleagues at Fremont, and they said that Brian Eng's not done with his Smilodon or ground sloth sculptures yet, but he's working on them, and we're going to be doing some more streams from there in the nearish future. Right? So, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Lightsaber tooth cats. Space dog, oh boy. That'd be kind of tricky. I don't know. You'd have to have the lightsabers turn off when you close your mouth. Anyhow. Do saber-tooth cats have the same skull as a tiger? They don't, White Tiger King. So calling them saber-tooth tigers is actually incorrect. I know everybody says saber-tooth tiger, at least like in the general public, but they're not tigers. They're not from the same family. So let's look at our tree of life again. We'll zoom out from pigeons to mammals. Go out past the birds into the mammals. And then we'll go to cats and big cats, and I'll show you where Smilodon would fit. So, let's go to the cats. Felidae. Here we go. So, here's Felidae. I don't think Smilodon is actually part of the Felid family. I think it's earlier diverging than that. It would be... Yeah, because Smilodon is part of Machairodontidae, right? So they would be branching off right about here before you get to the true cats. Or at least today's true cats. Machairodontidae. Machairodontidae, never mind. It's an N, not a D. Okay, maybe it is part of Felidae. Yeah, an extinct subfamily of carnivore mammals of the cat family Felidae. So they are cats, but they're certainly not tigers. So Machairodontidae is part of Felidae, part of the cat family. So yeah, good stuff. So yeah, tigers are part of genus Panthera. Tigers and lions too, and leopards. The jaguar, leopard, lion, snow leopard, and tiger are all part of this genus Panthera. Saber-toothed cats, Smilodon, are not part of this group. So, if you called... Here's the thing. Is that if you kind of insisted on calling Smilodon a saber-toothed tiger, then by that logic you would have to call lions a kind of tiger as well. And leopards and jaguars. If a Smilodon is a tiger, then a lion is a tiger too. So... we're not gonna do that. You know what I mean? What about my Aunt Sherry? She's a total cougar, says Iacane. So that's genus Felis. That's Felis concolor. Is the puma, aka mountain lion, aka catamount, aka mountain screamer. There's so many different regional names for this creature. So yeah. Naming and etymology. Here we go. The name puma is the most common name now used in the global scientific literature. The name mountain lion is commonly used in the US and Canada. Cougar is most commonly used in Canada. Puma concolor is not a true lion of the genus Panthera and cannot roar, nor is it habitat restricted to mountainous regions. There we go. So calling it a mountain lion is a misnomer in two different ways, because it's not a lion and it doesn't always live in the mountains. So I should really start saying puma rather than mountain lion, but cougar works too. Anyway, there's so many different names for this animal. Cat by any other name. Here we go. Some names identify these animals by where they live. Names like mountain lion, tall grass creeper, slough walker, and swamp devil. place cougars in certain environments. Lots of people call cougars different names like Florida panther, California lion, Rocky Mountain lion, in reference to where they live in the United States. They're also called swamp screamers, night screamers, swamp criers, and night criers. People call them panthers. Anyway, this is one of the reasons why, as scientists, we use scientific names to describe these animals. Because there are so many different regional terms and so many different languages, it helps to just have one name that everybody around the world can use if you're talking about this animal in a scientific context. We call it Puma concolor. It just makes things simpler. So let's see, is this the one that
Welcome to Moo Moo Math.
Nope. Where's that video I was looking for? Where did it go? It used to pop up right at the top. Here we go.
Lend me your ears. I come to bury Latin, not to praise it.
You've watched this before, but it's useful.
Salve, amicis! Ego et Julius, hoc est dinunti. As you can tell by my pronunciation, grammar, and word choice, I'm among the select 7 or so billion people who do not speak Latin as a primary language. In fact, everybody says that Latin is a dead language, and nobody speaks it, outside of extracurricular clubs really just designed to show off how smart everyone in the club is. Bacones. But that's not exactly true, as we in the science, medicine, law, and education biz know very, very well. Latin is still regularly used in all of these disciplines, mostly.
Commander Space Dog says, I found in a disused lavatory sign on the door that read, beware of the leopard. What?
For descriptions of things. So while Latin is definitely dead, it isn't extinct, which is the term we use for languages which have no speakers or continued usage. In fact, Latin is kind of a victus mortis, or a zombie language. It's dead, but lives on in describing animal species, parts of the body, legal principles, debate tactics, and a lot more. But why? Why do we use Ursus maritimus instead of polar bear? Well, the answer is multifaceted, as these things usually are. But let's start with Catholicism.
Anyway, or maybe let's not. The reason why we as scientists use these binomials like this, and they're not always Latin, increasingly with new dinosaur names, we're using other languages. We're dipping into other languages other than Latin to come up with genus and species names like this. But the point is that it makes it universal. You know, you don't have to speak English in order to know what we're talking about when I say Allosaurus. You know, it's the same whether it's in English or Brazilian Portuguese or Romanian or Japanese or Swahili. Allosaurus is the same in all of those different languages. Like, we're kind of using something that Latin doesn't really, like, change as a dead language. It's kind of almost like preserved in amber. And so we can be pretty certain that, like, its meaning is going to stay what it is to a certain extent. Does that make sense here? I think they talk about it in the
Ursus
video
maritimus will likely always be the Latin name for those carnivorous white monsters roaming around the Arctic Circle.
Monsters? They're just bears.
Whereas polar bear could be, and probably is, a slang term for a weird sexual act. I don't know, somebody look it up on Urban Dictionary.
Or
Actually, don't. And this makes scientific naming and notation particularly standardized, even when we discovered new things to be named. All species have a two-part scientific designation, called binomial nomenclature, or its Latin name. The application of these names is governed by the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, the ICZN, and the International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi, and Plants, the ICN. The first name is called the generic epithet, and is
or the genus name. So like Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus is the genus, Rex is the species.
Usually the genus, while the second is a specific epithet or the species. Sometimes there's even a third name for a subspecies included. So we, Homo sapiens, are of the genus Homo, meaning man, which also includes Neanderthals and other hominids. But specifically, we are sapiens, meaning wise. As a group, we are wise men, and women, of course.
And NBs and everybody else.
The advantage of using a dead language is that it doesn't favor any particular group. It's decidedly neutral, which is great for things like law and medicine. If we call a disease grossitosis, while another culture calls it osamitis, you're going to end up with different reactions by doctors and the public for the same disease. Calling it simply pneumonia removes any confusion or bias. Dead languages might be dead, but just because something is dead doesn't mean it isn't amazing, influential, and widely respected, like Harambe, whose Latin name is gorilla, gorilla, gorilla. Rest in peace. If you want to know a little bit more...
Anywho, and Charlie's Dragon makes a good point here. So Latin got its start here in the scientific like usages like this because that was the language of the learned and of academia in the 1700s when, Carl von Carolus Linnaeus, standardized it. And Carl von Linné was so enamored with the Latin language that he changed his own name from Carl von Linné to Carolus Linnaeus. He Latinized his name, which was Swedish to start with. Or he was Swedish. I think his name was either Swedish or German. But anyway, he became Carolus Linnaeus because he wanted to name everything in Latin, including himself. So, yeah. Anywho. And he was quite the influencer, Pate, certainly. So yeah, anyway. Many different names for this animal right here, but as scientists we call it Felis concolor. Let's find it on our tree here. Is it Puma concolor? Does it have its own genus name? It does. Never mind. Puma concolor. Well, okay. When did that happen? Anywho, all life on Earth can be represented on this grand tree of life here because as far as we know, all living things on our planet all descended from a single common ancestor about 2.5 billion years ago, give or take. And this is how we classify living things as scientists, is we're not doing it based on what color they are or what's their general vibe or whatever. There's lots of other like classification systems that people have come up with over the years. And some of them can be pretty fun. There was one that I heard that I really liked, and it was, you could only use it for mammals, really. Like, that was the idea anyway. But a non-scientific classification scheme, one that's kind of arbitrary and just fun, is all mammals can be divided into 3 groups. You have dogs, cats, and guys. So all mammals would either be a dog, a cat, or a guy. So give me the name of a mammal, chat, and we can talk about what it would be. Give me some mammals. Aardvark. That's a tough one, Claire. Capybaras, I think, would be dogs, Lordy. And whales, depending on what kind of whale, because there's a lot of different species of whales, Pate B. Blue whale, okay. Blue whale would probably be a very large cat, because they're kind of shy, they hang out by themselves. A koala would be a guy, I think, Petrodactylus. Kind of hangs out, He eats eucalyptus. He's a guy, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Aardvarks. Aardvarks would probably be cats, too, Claire, I would imagine. And bears are dogs, though. No, bears are guys, Claire. I think we're at least most species of bear. Yeah. Pepe Le Pew is a mammal. He would probably be a guy as well. Yeah. And a sloth would probably be a cat, Musa. They sleep most of the day. They're generally pretty shy. Would probably be a cat. Yeah. Anyway, just vibing dudes, says Petra Douglas. Yeah. Anyway, my point in bringing this up is that that's a classification scheme that's one way that you could classify animals, but it's based on vibes, and it's arbitrary, and it's like, whatever. When we as scientists are classifying living things, we're trying to go for something concrete here. Like, we want our classification scheme to actually reflect reality in an objective way. And so, the criterion by which scientists classify living things is based on what they're actually related to. It's based on their ancestry. When we're classifying living things, we're doing it as like a family tree of life like this, where the critters that are most closely related to one another are the critters who show up on branches closest to each other. So, like, to go to us, human beings, are right here.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Darth Goof, thank you so much for the 51 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So we're right here. Our closest living relatives are the bonobos and the chimps. And these critters come off the same node right here because only 1.6 million years ago they had a common ancestor. They both evolved from the same species. They split. And then you go back to 6 million years ago. That's when humans shared a common ancestor with the ancestor of these guys. That was 6 million years ago. You go back further in time, that's where we link up with the African apes. With all the other African apes, rather. Western and Eastern gorillas. So 8 million years ago, there was a creature that lived that was the ancestor of all these. All of these species came from one ancestor 8 million years ago, give or take. You keep doing that again and again and again, going back to the dawn of life on Earth. Does that make sense? It's pretty remarkable how this works. And it's pretty astonishing that we've been able to figure this out, you know? We're still working on it. There's still a lot of mysteries. There's still a lot of controversy about how closely related are these two different organisms? Did they really split recently, or was it further back in time? Stuff like this, you know? But it's remarkable that we're at this point now where life on Earth, for the most part, makes sense now. Where it was a mystery for all of human existence up until the last, 100 years, basically. Maybe 200 years if we're being generous. Let's say 150, we'll compromise. For the past century and a half, we've had a developing understanding of this, but before that, we didn't have a clue, you know? And that's kind of remarkable. Like, how lucky are we to live in this time, you know? So, yeah. And Notcher says, what happens at the start of the vine? So this would be what we call Luca, the last universal common ancestor. We don't know what that critter would have looked like, but it would have been something sort of like a bacteria thing. And it's Monday Moon. Thank you for the raid. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing, Monday Moon and raiders? I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Let's scamper campers. Monday raid. So say the raiders. Welcome. And Dr. Maurice, yeah, I want to do a song about that at some point. But yeah. On the second floor, yeah. I live upstairs. We all know the song. Anyway. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's Monday Moon. Thank you for bringing everybody over. It's great to have you here. Let me introduce myself real quick for the new folks with a quick little video trailer. This is what I'm all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Be right back.
This is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science.
And it's Tuesday, Moon. Thank you for the follow. Shouldn't you have waited till tomorrow? I don't know. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. That's me. It's good to have you here, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And Dryad Knight, how are you doing? Hello. You're making me miss fieldwork? Oh, you used to do fieldwork, Monday Moon. Very cool. This year, 2025, marks a new record for me. 11 weeks in the field this year. 11 weeks. And I was able to stream almost every day. It was brilliant. Being able to do this kind of outreach is such a privilege, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. This is how I make my living, believe it or not. This is what I do full time. This is how I fund my research and travel and field work and everything else. So, I'm very lucky to be in this situation. Anyhow, yeah. We're about to get into a game here. Not like a video game, but an online guessing game called Mesozoic. This is something that we try and do on stream every time I remember. We've got an hour and 10 minutes to do it before it resets for the day, before we get a new one. But there's certainly not a video game, not on Twitch, says Rakadactylus, yeah. Yeah. There is a mystery animal of the day. We have to try and figure it out in 20 guesses or fewer. I try to do it in fewer than 5 guesses. And we use an evolutionary family tree, what we call a phylogeny, to narrow it down. And so without further ado, let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
So the way that this works is you type an animal name into here, you guess, and then Mesozoic will show you, this is how you narrow it down, it'll show you the most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. So if you guessed really close, it'll be a really small evolutionary group, really small family. If you're not close at all, it'll show you a really broad one. And then you kind of narrow it down like that. So it helps to know a thing or two about the tree of life, about how living things on our planet are related to one another. So we'll use this as a means of kind of visualizing it as we're narrowing it down. So, yeah. And, oh, you did paleontology, very cool. In South Dakota? Frogs and fish, and a shark. Really neat. That's awesome. Cool. Anyway, let's get into it. Again, I get a little competitive about this. Like, I want to do my best. This game is biased toward mammals, for sure. So we like to start off with a placental mammal. You know, maybe 3 times out of 5, it'll be a mammal, and that'll set us up pretty well. So, you did it in 2 guesses? Holy cow, Golganek. Yeah. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat, and we'll start with that. So no pouches, no laying eggs, no monotremes, no marsupials. Give me the name of a mammal. Brown bear, says Murph. That's a good one to start with. Brown bear. That's a kind of caniform carnivoran placental mammal. Start off with that. And, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Svarg critter is not a brown bear, and it's not a mammal, but it is a sarcopterygian fish. which, oh boy, I think I might know what it is. Oh boy. It is a fish, Claire. It's a Sarcopterygian. That did really narrow it down. I think there might only be one option now. We might... And I feel really good because if I'm right about this, that means that other people who have done this, like, was it Lenina and Murph, or Golganek and Murph, they got it in 2 guesses? Here. We guessed brown bear here. Which is Ursus arctos. There. And you got it in 2 guesses as well, Petrodactylus? Yeah, I know what it is then. Yes. So we guessed brown bear. And Metazoa says, nope, it's not a brown bear. Best I can do for you is Sarcopterygii. So it's a lobe-finned fish. Which, that means it's not a bear. Not a bear. Not a caniform carnivoran. Not a carnivoran at all. It's not any of these guys. We've got to zoom out further and further and further. It's not a Boreoeutherian. It's not a placental. It's not a therian. It's not even a mammal. It's not an amniote. It's not a tetrapod. It's not a dipnotetrapodomorph, but it is a Sarcopterygian. So we know that it comes from this node right here, but it can't be part of this clade. There's 34,894 species here. And we know it can't be one of them. Because, presuming that Metazoa, they have this programmed correctly, it doesn't say dipnotetrapodomorph, it says Sarcopterygia. Which tells us it's gotta be a member of this group, but it can't be any of these 34,894 species. It's got to be one of these 34,896 species? Hang on, isn't that just 2 more? Well, what's right here? Coelacanths. Oh, certainly narrowed the field, yeah. We know it can't be a lungfish. Is that an earthquake, or did somebody just stomp on the floor real hard upstairs? Anyway, distracting. But yeah, so our critter's got to be a coelacanth. Again, it's not a lungfish, it's not a tetrapod, but it is a Sarcopterygian. The only thing left is coelacanth. It's got to be a coelacanth. So, coelacanth. Let's do it.
Hold on to your butt.
That's it. Beautiful. Oh, man. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. And who's calling me? Goodness. Somebody from Montana. Distractions left and right. Oh, yeah. 2 guesses. Not too shabby. Let's go ahead and share that. On Blue Sky here. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Good stuff. Good stuff. Man, not too Shabby. Oh, and I just heard back from World Wildlife Fund. Excellent. I'll take a look at that message later. But, anyway, coelacanths, really cool critters. We're going to be doing a big blockbuster stream on coelacanths later on in this month. It's Fishmas on Monday, December 22nd. That was the discovery date of the coelacanth. Really incredible creature. We'll be talking all about them then. That's what, 2 weeks from now? Is there a short video describing this? Talking about this?
Life began on the Earth about 600 million years ago. And
no, we now know it's over 3 billion years ago. But anyway, this is what they thought back in the 50s, I guess.
Now Professor J.L. Smith has arrived back in South Africa with one of its earliest inhabitants. A fish.
And it's not an earliest inhabitant. It's a coelacanth. So it's like, it's very close to the origin of tetrapods, which are critters with backbones and limbs, like me and like Sweetie Pie here. You a tetrapod as well. Yeah, because you're a mammal, and a mammal is a kind of tetrapod. Yeah.
Called the coelacanth, it was caught by a native fisherman near Madagascar. The professor unpacked his antique treasure before South Africa's Prime Minister, Dr. Malan, who had placed a plane at his disposal to collect the fish before decomposition set in. The coelacanth, thought to have become extinct about 50 million years ago, is described as a fish with arms and may prove to be the link between man and his sea ancestors. If so, we were once a pretty kettle of fish.
And I don't know what that thump sound was, Lordy. No. Was it an earthquake? I know we've been having a lot lately. Today's earthquakes in Bay Area, California. Minutes ago. Yeah, no. I don't think so. Unless, your latest earthquakes, let's check the USGS. Oh, wait, no. Shoot. This might have been it. 2.9, 2 kilometers east of Piedmont, California. That's not too far from where we are. It's pretty close, actually. 255, 44, 22. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it was an earthquake. That was an earthquake. Well, well, well.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Golganek, thank you for gifting Arle. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you, Golganek. Is my dad here? Arle. Let's see in the chat. But yeah. Oh, he is. Oh, just an earthquake and keeps on going. Yeah, yeah. That's how it goes here, you know? Anywho, Sweetie Pie here is looking for some attention or some treats or both, ideally. Yeah. Cats are otherwise unbothered. I mean, I don't know. So many other loud noises and things going on that they don't care. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. There we go. Do you want some treats? Or do you want some face squishes? I think she wants some face squishes. It's your favorite thing. There we go. Whoa. Oh, look at those fearsome teeth. Look at those. Those death-dealing chompers. Yeah, look at those. Look at those. Yeah. Whoa. loves it. She really does. Such a funny expression. Oh, yeah. One more. Drooling. Gross. Gross. All right, let's get you some treats, huh? Look at those. For you. Want them? What? If I bring it here. Oh, this is acceptable. Getting saliva all over my desk. There we go. Good stuff. That's it. That's everything. You ate them all. They're all gone. They're all gone. That's it. You want some more? Alright, we can make that happen. We can make that happen. Another one. Good stuff. Excellent. What do you think, sweetie? You're quite hungry today. Oh, where are you going? Okay. She left. I think she's had her fill, which means like just the mess she leaves. Oh, sweetie pie. My goodness. A lot of paper towels down here too. Use a fish an old wet wipe out of the trash. Nice and clean. What is this clip, Lenina? Thank you for posting it. Well. Yeah. Whoa. She loves it. She really does. Such a funny expression. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Thank you for, did you clip that, Lenino? Well done. Should download that before I forget. Put that in our clips reel. Good stuff. Brilliant. Free exchange of information and kitty videos. Yeah, that's why Al Gore invented the internet, right? Back in 1992. It's the Kaiser had stolen our word for 20. Where were we? We were talking about coelacanths. We'll talk a lot more about coelacanths on Fishmas Day, the 22nd, which is in just 2 weeks. Holy cow. I need to send an email to Jim real quick, too, because we're going to be hopefully interviewing him about his new ankylosaur paper sometime this week. And let me do that right now before I forget. I didn't have a chance to do that before the stream started. So... Oh! We'll do a Zoom interview about your new ankylosaur paper either tomorrow, Tuesday, or Wednesday afternoon. Anytime between be 3 and there we go. Brilliant. Cool. Sent that email to Jim. He wants me to help him out with a Utah Raptor thing, too, which I'm excited to do. That'll be neat. Anywho. We have a piece of fossil news to get into here. So without further ado, let's run the fossil Utahraptor stream hub. I mean, we'll see. It might be a minor thing, Petrodactylus, but we can, if and when we interview Jim tomorrow or Wednesday, you can certainly ask him all of your Utahraptor questions, because Jim is the guy who discovered and named Utahraptor. Anyway, we've got some fossil news to get into. That starts right now. All right, our leading piece of fossil news today is not a new paper, but something that is in the news. France returns stolen dinosaur skeleton to Mongolia. Some good news for a change. Love to hear it. The fossils were looted from the Gobi Desert and were confiscated by French customs officials in 2015. That's 10 years ago. Shoot. They were returned at a ceremony in Paris on Monday and will be displayed in a museum in Mongolia. So the country's culture minister. Let's take a look. France on Monday, December 8th, handed over a 70 million year old dinosaur skeleton to Mongolia, which was looted from the Gobi Desert and seized by French customs, as the Asian country seeks to recover its lost relics. The extremely rare fossil of a Tarbosaurus, I don't know, Tarbosaurus isn't that rare, but whatever, considered to be the Asian cousin of the fearsome Tyrannosaurus, was seized by French officials in 2015. let's double check and see if there isn't a video about this, because there could be. There we go, 12 hours ago. Let's have a look.
Une saisie inédite.
And let's get some English subtitles, shall we? Auto-translate. Inglés. Gracias.
Une saisie inédite.
An unprecedented seizing. Valuable crates confiscated
par les douanes dans une entreprise de l'Allier.
By customs.
Elles contiennent des fossiles de dinosaures vieux de
They contain 70-million-year-old dinosaur fossils.
Originaires de Mongolie.
Là, c'est un crâne de Tarbosaurus bâtard, c'est-à-dire asiatique, le cousin
Asian
T-Rex qu'on connaît en Jurassic Park.
Ça vaut combien?
Ça vaut, il a été estimé lors de sa saisie aux alentours de
Estimated
700
around
€,
700,000 euros
donc
when it was
on pourrait
seized,
dire 2 à 3 fois
since
cette
the
valeur.
market has exploded.
Avec
So
d'autres caissons encore
about 3
stockés.
times that value today. I mean, look at that, just that skull, and it's not even really prepped. So like, this almost looks like something we would jacket in the field. We wouldn't do this much field prepping, but there's still a lot of matrix in there. So like the original rock is still in there. This is not particularly large. Like, this is going to be scientifically important because this is not a mature individual. This is like an ontogenetic stage that should be really informative here, you know? I don't think we have a lot of Tarbosaurus that are this growth stage. And the skull looks really tall. It's not like Alioramus, which I long suspected was just a juvenile Tarbosaurus. But if this is a juvenile Tarbosaurus, around the same size, that argues against Alioramus being a juvenile Tarbosaurus. So, interesting.
Les douanes disposent de la quasi-totalité de ce tarbosaure, mais aussi des œufs, des ossements d'oviraptors,
fossil eggs here, an Oviraptorosaur,
des spécimens qui n'auraient jamais dû se retrouver sur le marché européen. La Mongolie interdit la sortie de son
So these are fossils that were smuggled out of Mongolia. It is 100% illegal to sell fossils like this outside of Mongolia. These fossils belong to the people of Mongolia. They are part of that country's natural heritage. You cannot export them and sell them. That is very illegal. So it's wonderful that these fossils are going to be repatriated to that country and they can be on display in a museum. They will not be sold off to the highest bidder. Instead, they can be enjoyed by everybody who comes to see them there. Really cool. And Red Mascaria.
History's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Thank you, Red Mascaria, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Protoceratops here is another dinosaur that's quite famous from Mongolia. It's also been sold a lot on the black market, smuggled out of the country. This generally will not fetch as much money as a Tyrannosaur, like Tarbosaurus, just because, I don't know, the sorts of people who buy dinosaur fossils, they love theropods. Anyway, this is a 3D print right here. You know, an original fossil like this does not belong here in my office. Where does it belong?
It belongs in a museum.
Yeah. So this one's a 3D print. But yeah. This is great. I love that this fossil is going to be returned to its nation of origin. That's wonderful to hear.
Patrimoine depuis plus d'un siècle.
Le trafic, c'est des complices.
So here, I'll go back a little bit. Specimens should never have ended up on the European market. Mongolia has prohibited the export of its cultural heritage for over a century. The accomplices who extract this from protected territories in their transfer them to sponsors. So there's a whole organized crime ring around this. French, German, and Belgian smugglers were importing these fossils into Europe, sending them around so they could be sold up to the highest bidder. You know how these things go. Ugh. So, customs officials are intercepting increasing amounts of teeth and bones coming from Morocco, China, or Brazil, a black market that is detrimental in the eyes of paleontologists. Yeah. So this guy says this is a pure loss for research. This is Nicolas Vialet at a paleontological museum in France, in Provence, I guess. These are specimens, he says, that could potentially be new species, or that could shed light on species that are already known, but poorly understood. And they could be more complete specimens that could provide a lot of additional knowledge about the animal. Items seized by customs are most often returned to the country of origin. The tarbosaur stored in here will be returned to Mongolian authorities tomorrow. Good stuff. That's really cool to see, you know? Yeah. Can you drive from Mongolia to France? Yeah, you can. I mean, wouldn't be the easiest drive, Wompat Hole, but yeah, I suppose it's possible. But yeah. And too bad they were collected without context. That's the thing, though, is that sometimes when those fossils are illegally collected and smuggled into Europe from Mongolia, sometimes they can be traced back to the exact hole in the ground where they were dug up. It's a pain in the butt to have to do that. It'd be much easier if you just had proper provenance data on them. But, Phil Curry had a talk about this a while ago. And, let's see. Relocate for, the site? No, it doesn't show. Weird. The transcript isn't really yielding anything. Find. There we go. So this is that same dinosaur we were talking about earlier, Dinokairos, where the arms from this critter had been known for a long, long time and had a, like a almost legendary status in dinosaur paleontology. These enormous arms from this critter, what kind of dinosaur was this? It was a mystery for a long time, and then through some interesting detective work, some Mongolian and Canadian and European scientists were able to track down this critter. And here's Phil Curry talking about this.
Looked exactly right, and
here we go.
Years ago, though, we got lucky, and we'd been looking for the original quarry of Dinokairos in the Gobi Desert many, many times over the years. And we knew the general region of the Gobi Desert where it was discovered, but we didn't know the specific locality. However, I was able to take one of those old photographs from 1965, and by looking at the landscape, eventually managed to find the landscape that looked exactly right, and from that was able to rediscover the quarry. And we were very pleased when that happened. Because it gave us a chance of maybe finding something that had been left behind by the Polish-Mongolian expedition. And we did find something, but it wasn't very much, unfortunately. My colleagues in Poland were very expert at what they were doing. They collected virtually everything. There was just a few fragments of bone that had escaped their attention because they wrote it out and gone down the cliff.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, we were still very excited about the fact that quarry had been discovered, and we announced it to our colleagues all around the world. Many people took attention. I'll come back to that. A few years later, we were working in another part of the Gobi Desert, same rock formation. It's not a place where Dinokairos had ever been found, but this quarry had been poached, and this is a big problem we have in Mongolia. That's really been exacerbated since about the year 2000. And we very frequently, when we're traveling around looking for dinosaur skeletons, find quarries that have been broken open and smashed, the skeletons all smashed up by poachers. And this is a very poor part of the world, and of course the population of Mongolia is quite small. And so it's very difficult to police in the middle of the desert what's going on exactly. We've had some good luck on the poachers in the last few years. You may have heard in 2010, a specimen was seized in New York City when it was up for auction for more than $1 million.
Yep.
And that's started to reverse our fortunes. For example, now most people are aware that the laws in Alberta protecting fossils are the oldest laws for protecting fossils in the world. They go back to 1924. Be as it may, we still find these quarries.
Anywho, really interesting stuff. Here's a link to that video if you'd like to watch the whole thing with Phil Curry. Living legend. It's not a competition, but I'd say it's probably pretty safe to say Phil Curry is the most famous Canadian dinosaur paleontologist in the world. It was cool seeing him again at SVP this year. It's always nice to run into Phil. We had a question here from Angler. Thank you, Claire, for reposting that. If you're digging for dinosaur fossils in places where they are extremely rare but still discoverable, what type of sediment do you think they are most likely to be found in? Oh, so I think that's... You might be working under kind of a very common misperception, Angler. When people like me are going out and digging for dinosaurs, we don't find them by digging. We go out and prospect for them. So you find rocks of the right age and the right type, and then you walk along and you look for any fragments of bone that are starting to poke out of the ground. You look for fragments that are tumbling down a hillside, or you look for bits and pieces of bone that have eroded out. In places like Massachusetts and Connecticut, it's tricky because there's not a lot of exposed rock. You look at the landscape there on the East Coast and it's largely covered by vegetation or by roads and parking lots and Walmarts and etc. It's too many trees, says Claire. Yeah, that's true for the most part. If you want to find fossils, you got to go to where the rocks are. And then you walk around and you look. There are museums and fossil sites and stuff on the East Coast that you could visit, people you could talk to. Connecticut is kind of famous for its dinosaur tracks. Massachusetts, not as much, but there's a few there. And there's a few dinosaur body fossils there too. Bones and etc. So yeah. But it's tricky. So what type or layers of sediment do you think are the most likely to be found in? So in order to find dinosaur fossils, you have to find rocks that are preserved from the age of dinosaurs. If you're looking in rocks from the last ice age, you're not going to find any Mesozoic dinosaurs in there. You might get super lucky and find a bird, which is a kind of dinosaur, but you're not going to find any Mesozoic dinosaurs. You got to look in rocks of the right age and the right type. So if you're looking in volcanic rocks from the Jurassic, you're not going to find dinosaurs in there. You need sedimentary rocks. Do we have a clip about prospecting, I wonder? Here we go. Here's Jim Jensen talking about this back in the 70s.
We never dig until we see dinosaur bone coming out of the ground. Otherwise, we might dig forever and never find a bone.
Yep.
But to find a dinosaur bone or skeleton, one must walk a long ways, climb a lot of sweaty mountains, and go thirsty and be subjected to gnats and heat and that sort of thing.
Yep.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before. So it's an exciting pursuit.
For sure.
This is the vertebrate.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I haven't been able to really show off very much on stream is prospecting, because it usually involves walking long distances, miles and miles sometimes. And generally when I'm doing fieldwork live streams, we've got a stick next to the satellite dish and the router within like 100, maybe 200 feet of the satellite dish. So I can't walk for miles and miles. Yeah. Maybe one of these days we can do a prospecting stream, but live streaming just doesn't really lend itself very well to that kind of thing. Unless I'm near enough to civilization where we can use mobile data rather than satellite. We'll see. I don't know. We're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff in 2026, and maybe that'll be one of the things. Maybe we could do some prospecting streams. Who knows? Yeah. But yeah. And DNH says some phones are coming out with Starlink soon. Yeah, but it's not going to be strong enough for live streaming. I actually, honestly, haven't been super happy with my Starlink setup. I got the smaller dish, the Starlink Mini. It's okay, but I've been really frustrated with how often the signal cuts out. With a totally clear view of the sky, it's oriented correctly, it's plugged in properly. Even under the best of circumstances, it still only seems to work about 85% of the time. And that's with like a standalone dish. I think Starlink kind of, as like a company that kind of have a habit of releasing things before they're ready and then not offering even the slightest whiff of customer service afterward, like zero tech support essentially. I've had lots of bad experiences. You know, I'm using this thing every day in the field, and sometimes it just straight up doesn't work. So I don't know. Anyhow, and use roaming. I've used both DNH, and I have the same problem with both of them. So, yeah, it's, I don't know. It's a satellite dish. It's not magic. You know, there's limitations there. And we've keep hitting our heads on those limitations every time we do fieldwork streams, especially lately. I don't know. It does seem like it's gotten worse over the past year. Maybe they've kind of hit a ceiling in terms of how well these things can work. I don't know. But I've not been super happy with Starlink, and they keep overcharging me too. Like, I'll cancel it and they'll still charge me for the next month. And there's no way to get a refund. It's, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And yeah, there you go, Claire. Yeah. Maybe eventually the technology will get there, but it's got big limitations right now. Yeah. It does certainly have some growing to do. Absolutely in aerospace, yeah. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but at the same time, like, I've spent a tremendous amount of money on these things, and you kind of expect them to work at a certain point. Anyhow. DNH, and that was the thing, I put it into standby mode before the end of the month, and then they changed the dates on me when you, like, oh, well, you thought you had to cancel before the 29th? It turns out you actually have to cancel before the 26th now. And so since it's past the 26th, now we're going to charge you for the full amount for the next month that you're not using it for at all. And it's like, yeah. And there's no way to get a refund. I keep asking. So anyway, not super happy. I don't know. If I were like independently wealthy, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal, but I'm certainly not. So yeah, that extra $200 is that hurts. Yeah. Is there any internet? In many regions, there is not. Luke Hermit's Gaming. In many regions, shoot. In many parts of the U.S., it's difficult to get reliable internet, even if you're in a house, in a town. When I lived in Montana, this was particularly bad. By some metrics, Montana has the worst internet infrastructure of all 50 U.S. states. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe things have improved. since I moved away in 2018, but things were bad there. Like, there were some towns that just didn't have internet. In 2018, you know? Anyhow, yeah. We're not big on making sure everyone can reach everything. Exactly, Snowdechi, yeah. Yeah. And how about one of those news vans with a satellite dish on it? Yeah, Commander Space Dog, let me just drop $10 million on a news van with a satellite dish on it. I'm sure it's not that much, but you know, I'm a one-man show here. All the infrastructure that I have is funded through Twitch chat. Like, you're paying for all of this. Everybody who subscribes and gift subscriptions and stuff. We don't have satellite van money, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And found one for $2,200 bucks. Well, Murph, that's probably just the vehicle, and it probably needs a new transmission, and it probably doesn't include the data subscription. But I like that you checked on that, Murph. I like that you checked on it. But I don't have that kind of money, even still. Yeah. I don't know. It's a mess, says Murph. There you go. Yeah. Anywho, I'm really glad to see this. Getting back to the news here. And this stolen dinosaur skeleton is being returned to Mongolia. This is not the same skull. I guess they couldn't get photos of it or something. Anyhow. In 2015, U.S. actor Nicolas Cage agreed to turn over a dinosaur skull he purchased for $276,000 after it turned out to be smuggled from Mongolia. The actor bought the Tarbosaurus fossil at a New York auction in 2007. I actually saw this same skull in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Oh wait, no, it couldn't have been the same one if this was 2007. Either their dates are wrong or it's not the same skull. But anyhow, yeah, that's a whole thing. And holy cow, Hyverius. What is this? Holy cow, thank you, Hyverius, for your donation there. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thank you, Hyverius. Donation toward the news fans. No, seriously, Hyverius, that's wonderful. That helps me pay the bills. I've got some new streaming equipment I'm gonna have to purchase for some cool stuff we're gonna be doing after Christmas and then in the new year. I really appreciate that, Hyverius. Thank you, thank you. That'll help me afford some new audio equipment that we can use for not mobile streams, but laptop-based streams while I'm traveling. Thank you, Hyverius. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Figured you get more money via Ko-Fi than via Twitch subs. It's true. I do get a really good revenue split here. We're part of the Partner Plus program. So I get a 70-30 split, which is much better than the 50-50 that most Twitch partners and affiliates get. But Ko-Fi doesn't take a cut of anything, to my knowledge, so getting 100% of that. Thank you, Hyverius. Much appreciated. That's wonderful. Very thoughtful of you. Appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, and Mayor Space makes a really good point here. Let's not tar all movie stars with the same brush. Here we go.
Did The Rock pay $31 million for this historic T-Rex skeleton? The mystery was sparked when Dwayne The Rock Johnson was being interviewed by Eli Manning, and the former NFL quarterback noticed something intriguing in the background.
You got a T-Rex behind you? What is that? A dinosaur?
I got a T-Rex skull. Yes, that's Stan. As a matter of fact, so Stan was is the most complete T-Rex skull ever found by a paleontologist, a young paleontologist, and his name was Stan. So this T-Rex head was named after him.
Yup, The Rock's home office features a T-Rex, just like the fearsome creature in Jurassic Park.
Sorry, Luke Herman's gaming.
Instantly, dinosaur mavens began to wonder if the...
Oh, and this is... Oh, shoot. Is this in Philadelphia? This is somewhere on the East Coast, I think. But this is the Wonkel Rex, so this is a different Tyrannosaurus specimen. It's funny. I should do a diagram of these at some point. Different Tyrannosaurus skulls. Because after you've seen them enough, you recognize them like old friends. But this is the Wonkel Rex here, and we've got a bunch of Wonkel Rex emotes here in this channel. It's a dinosaur that's particularly near and dear to my heart. There you go. Claire's got one there. Murph, yeah! And then the yes emote is also the Wonkel Rex. Chat. Paleo, yes. There we go. Yeah. So, Wonkel Rex skull. There we go. This is the same one out front of Museum of the Rockies. And also at Berkeley. So, UCMP, T-Rex. There we go. So I grew up with this particular Tyrannosaurus specimen. That's a cast of it just down the road from me here in Berkeley, California. If you go visit the Valley Life Sciences building, you can come face to face with this critter. Pretty cool. Looks very different from Stan. The skull on Stan is pretty distinctive because the teeth are hanging out of the head. Looks really doofy. I guess some people think, oh wow, makes it look more scarier because it's got bigger teeth. But no, the teeth are just sticking out further. Yeah. There you go. So you can buy a replica of this from Black Hills Institute, which is like a commercial fossil dealer in South Dakota. But, yeah. And you can even buy, like, scale models of it online, too. It's probably the most reproduced T-Rex in the world now, except with the possible exception of AMNH 5027. But, yeah. You can see it's different by the way it is. Well, that's the thing, Nair Spaces. I would love to do, like, an infographic. I actually have an idea for a book, and that's going to be maybe a 2-page spread in the book. Maybe a 4-page spread. Is different T-Rex skulls and how to tell them apart. And what are the stories that they pass down to us? Why do they look different? Are those anatomical differences? Or are those... have they been reconstructed incorrectly? Or are these taphonomic differences? All kinds of stuff like that. Twitchy Nose Rabbit says, show us the other one you mentioned. Here, I'll do you even better. I'll show you both of these at the same time. Tab. There we go. You can see them side by side like this. Try and make them roughly the same size. Oh, that one won't embiggen any further, so we gotta ensmallen this one. There you go. Yeah. So the nares is a slightly different shape. The nostril right here. Slightly different angle on like the maxillary fenestra. you've got these pits on the surface of the jugal right here on Stan, and you don't have that on the Wonkel Rex. But yeah, the teeth sticking out way too far is kind of a characteristic of Stan. It's funny, they are actually doing that a little bit in the Wonkel Rex too, but not nearly as much. So yeah. Anyhow. And Twitchy Nose Rabbit says, can you tell which one was used as a model when you see books or movies or animations? Yeah, oftentimes, yes. It's a great question. So, I don't know, when we're talking about a classic example is, you've probably seen this logo before. The Jurassic Park logo. There is a particular Tyrannosaurus skull that this is based on. AMNH 5027. So here it is in the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. And this is how it used to be mounted. Until basically the 90s. And that is the exact... well, here. I'll show you in the video. I think we looked at this last week too. But, yeah.
On the ground, just in those traditional ways. It's kind of the same image you see on the cover of books like Jurassic Park.
Yep.
After staring at specimen 5027, at the time still posed in a very upright stance, Chip made his way to the museum gift shop and bought a book.
This is the book.
The book is Vertebrate Paleontology and Evolution, and the drawing is adapted from a paper published in 1917 by the museum paleontologist who named Tyrannosaurus Rex, after Barnum Brown dug it up. It's an illustration of this very same specimen.
Yep.
You can tell because of this little bump right here.
That's
when
an
this
ectopterygoid,
particular
right?
T-Rex was fossilized, one of its bones, this one, the ectopterygoid, which supports biting force, got shoved out of place. It makes for a very distinctive profile. So Chip took this scientific illustration of specimen 5027 and started working.
And this was totally pre-computer. We were still doing everything in the art department by hand. I was literally tracing it, but I was making creative decisions about how to alter it to make it into something somewhere between just a skeleton and a completed animal.
Yep.
Chip's design
He left out the
was sent
nose.
to Michael Crichton for approval.
It's got
The
no
reply was swiftly delivered via fax machine.
I think it said, "Wow, fantastic jacket."
Jurassic.
Anyway. So that's at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. And, AMNH is an incredible place. I don't know. Out west here in California, sometimes I kind of roll my eyes like, oh yeah, East Coast museums and stuff, yada yada. But it really isn't a huge deal. Like this institution has had an outsized influence on the field of paleontology and on other fields as well. And that's worthy of respect, absolutely. It's funny in that this iconic logo here is based on an AMNH specimen, AMNH 5027, that same Tyrannosaurus specimen up there. Some of you know this, but some of you will be surprised to learn that this iconic movie poster, Jaws, the shark in this is also based on an AMNH specimen. Two super iconic film posters, both based on specimens at the American Museum of Natural History. I think we might have a clip of that too. Let me see if I can find it.
The girl.
Yeah, here we go.
Situation.
One of the things that happens when you do an iconic film is it becomes a touchstone for other artists and other comments. The Jaws artwork became an element of political cartoons, for years.
In fact, the shark and swimmer were used to represent virtually every issue in the political spectrum.
So anyway, people have been riffing on this image since it came out. But how did it get its start?
And it wasn't just politics getting in on the action.
Yeah.
The chairman of the company always regretted that he didn't sell it to us. He could have sold us the artwork, but he gave it to us as a publicity thing, so I kid him about it to this day.
One name that is not as well known in the annals of Jaws history is Roger Castell, the artist who created the legendary image. Castell was a seasoned paperback and magazine illustrator working in New York, whose skills were increasingly in demand at the time, and the assignment was simply one among many.
Oscar Dissel said, "Have I got a great book for you? You'll love it. You can read it over the weekend." They felt the hardcover version wouldn't work on the paperback. I did a very rough sketch, and they said, "That's great, just make the shark realistic and bigger. Make him very much bigger." I had gone to the Museum of Natural History, and I had my camera with me, and I said, "Do you have a shark exhibit in the building?" And she said, "Yes, they do." But it was all down, and they were refurbishing. They were cleaning them. All the sharks were laying on easels. They were plaster, and so I had my camera with me. I knew what position I wanted the shark in, and this is the great white that they had laying on an easel being, I guess they were dusting it. And that's what I worked from. The girl
Another M&H specimen.
Photographed in the studio in New York.
Anywho, two iconic movie posters, both based on M&H specimens like that. So it speaks further to the importance of museums to human culture. Not only are we garnering priceless bits of knowledge about the natural world through the collections that museums hold, the study that they facilitate, but also it's an incredible resource for artists too. It's pretty cool, It's pretty cool. Yeah. Anywho, Wombat Hole says it's not a great white shark. I've been told it could be a mako shark, but I'm not totally sure. Yeah. The Spielberg connection is a coincidence since they were both book covers first. Yes, Azure Fire. Yeah. Although that's the funny thing is that Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg kind of worked out a deal where before the book Jurassic Park was even published, I think Steven Spielberg already had the rights to make a movie before the book was even out. Because he and Michael Crichton had been talking about this prior to the release of the book. Yeah. Anyhow, you could tell what skull is on the cover of Dragon's Teeth. Oh yeah, I've got that book over here. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Here we go. That's Stan, right there. But yeah, you can tell from the teeth of Stan. This is a... I have very mixed feelings about this book. You can tell which parts Michael Crichton wrote and which parts he didn't. Whoever, like, ghost wrote the rest of the book, didn't do the best job. There's some, like, big paleontological errors in it that are just absolutely glaring and is not the sort of thing that Michael Crichton would have done. So, I kind of botched it, to be honest. Would have been a lot better than it was. But yeah. But that's Stan's skull right there. Crichton. Cover. There's an Allosaurus on this one. That's not even T-Rex. But this one is Stan, and you could tell because the teeth are all hanging out like this. So, yeah. Stan. It's almost difficult to, like, pinpoint exactly how I know it's Stan. Like Mayor Space was joking it. You could tell based on how it is. But yeah, it's Stan. So that book is about, it's sort of about the Bone Wars. There's like a kid from the East Coast who wants to go out west during the Wild West days. And then he links up with Othniel Charles Marsh and with Edward Drinker Cope, and it's kind of centered around that. It's a very uneven book. Yeah. Very, very hit or miss. Anyhow. And that's interesting, Dr. Terra. We've got some fossil sloth news. And yeah, the certain ancient eagle has been renamed, which is interesting too. The Petrodactylus is kind of dramatized or something. I mean, that's part of it, yeah. It's also, I think, got some, shall we say, less than thoughtful, less than modern depictions of native people. And then some less than thoughtful and less than modern depictions of paleontology as well. Yeah. And just, like, dumb mistakes that are made on the Ghost Rider's part about some of these fossil critters. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Commander Space Dog, yeah, I saw one of their carcharodon, one of their great white sharks at the Monterey Bay Aquarium back when, what was it, like 2006, 2007, something like that? I actually have a meeting with somebody from the media team, the Monterey Bay Aquarium. It'll be after Christmas, so I'm really going to be doing some cool stuff with Monterey Bay Aquarium in the coming year. I'm really excited about that. But yeah, and in there, yeah, Mayor Space, yeah. It's almost like they changed authors partway through the book. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. Yeah. And why didn't Michael Crichton write the whole thing? Well, he died, Little Pink Pony. Back in 2005, I think. But also, he abandoned that project, I think, before he wrote Jurassic Park. So it was like a manuscript that he was kind of fiddling around with, and then he stopped. So yeah. And you might begin volunteering at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Very cool, Underdoit. Nice. And a volunteer meeting this week? Excellent. I wish you the very best of luck, Underdoit. That's awesome. I've got tremendous respect for the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I think they do really important work, and I'm excited to help promote some of that in the coming year, especially their Seafood Watch program. We're going to be, well, if anybody's new around here or somehow they've missed this, since May of this year, I've become completely infatuated with a creature that we can trace its ancestry back to the Cretaceous. I'll show you. This animal. This is Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. World's largest living turtle, the only member of its family still surviving. It is the earliest diverging of all the modern sea turtles as well. An incredible animal, superlative in so many different ways. And we are going to be getting involved with leatherback turtle conservation and research in 2026. And I couldn't be more excited. Probably heavier than my car, says Wombat Hole. They can get, I've heard, over 2,000 pounds. So that's like close to 1,000 kilos. I think 900 kilos might be the, that might be the record so far. But yeah, they are enormous when full grown, especially in the Atlantic. Just gargantuan. You look at that animal right there. Look at that animal. This is a crew right off the coast of California here, not too far from where I live. And this guy right here, Scott Benson, somebody we're going to be interviewing, hopefully in person, shortly after Christmas. On another leatherback turtle tangent right now, but that's just how it goes. Here. How big they are? It's incredible, Red Muscaria. They're enormous.
A few things that are unique about leatherback turtles.
That's Scott Benson talking there.
They are huge animals. They engage in these incredible migrations across the Pacific Ocean. These animals are able to maintain a body temperature greater than their environment, which is very unique for a reptile. And they do this all on a diet of jellyfish.
So imagine that, you know? Imagine you're the world's largest turtle. You're heavier than a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. You migrate all the way across the Pacific Ocean every few years. The world's longest migration of any air-breathing aquatic animal. And what do you eat? Something really nutritious, like, I don't know, protein bars or something like that? No. Jellyfish. And salps and tunicates. Gelatinous zooplankton. It's like you meet the world's largest bodybuilder, and it turns out he only eats cucumbers. It's an analogy that I won't claim that for myself. I was reading that in a book, and it just really amused me. If I remembered where I saw it, I'd cite it properly. But imagine that. These are extremely nutrient-poor prey items. You know? Extremely nutrient poor. They're like 99% water. So they had some of these, like, on a good day, a leatherback turtle will eat its body weight in sea jellies like this. You know? I will show the mouth, CB Sorge. You just wait.
Truly a magnificent animal, and I think one of the reasons why it doesn't receive more attention is because...
Hang on, I will show the mouth, because the mouths on these critters are bonkers. It looks like the inside of a sarlacc pit. These are called papillae on the inside. They're these backwards-facing spines that they have in their mouths, and that helps them to secure those jellies.
Amazing! 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg.
Salor 2015, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Solor. I appreciate you. Yeah, pretty astonishing. And this, yeah, okay. This helps illustrate how they use that.
But on the land, the greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur.
There we go. Bet Medler, thank you so much for the 40 months. Those leatherback emails, the emotes there too. Thank you, Bet Medler. Appreciate you. Good stuff. So yeah, these guys will suck in a big quantity of seawater, and they'll suck in jellies with them. And then those papillae also run down the throat. So it's, as they're like expelling the water, like down there, you're drawing one, drawing two. Drawing two, he's going, coughing up that water. The jellies don't come out with the water, they get stuck on there. Does that make sense? So cool. It's kind of astonishing, you know? Like, what a bonkers animal. Just wild, you know? Yeah. I love this picture here. I heard people could cut themselves on them, but I still haven't heard a good reason why you'd put your hand in there, says Murph. Yeah. So, in a different video, Scott Benson says that you couldn't cut your hands on them, but then I've spoken with people who literally have cut their hands on them. So we might have a chance to investigate this if we do some traveling.
Mentioned before that these animals.
Go.
A garbage disposal or anything like that. To of gelatinous zooplankton. So in this case, jellies and salps, tunicates. And so to look at this in this way, this is we call it a gelatinous zooplankton specialist, or a jellivore, or however you'd want to talk about it. And inside that mouth, you see those throat papillae. They look pretty fearsome. They're not hard. They're actually flexible. But it's a great little adaptation to keep, if you've ever been around jellyfish, they're kind of slimy.
Oh, yeah.
Keep that stuff moving down the esophagus down to the stomach. And so if I was to put my hand in there, it wouldn't tear it up like a garbage disposal or anything like that. But it does work very well for keeping jellies going down. And so hence it's a specialist, just like
at UT Austin, they have a leatherback specimen there. And some of the new friends I made at Lori's site, working with Josh Lively back in September, they were talking about this leatherback specimen that they have there, and apparently somebody did actually get cut on their hand when they were sticking their hands like down the throat of that critter. It's a dead specimen. It had been hit by a boat, unfortunately, and so they're working on preparing that specimen so it could be properly studied and maybe used as an exhibit. Trying to give it a second life to help promote and protect this species in the future. But anyway, so they were working with that, and I heard somebody, like, it went through their glove and actually cut them, one of those papillae. So yeah. An adult Viper says, so our entire effort for reducing single-use plastic bags is almost for these guys? I mean, these are an important critter to think about when we're thinking about reducing plastic waste, for sure. Because they do.
The incredible water monster, Elasmosaurus.
Feltzer DSH, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. These critters do ingest plastic bags, and it is a big problem for them. But also, you just don't want plastic waste in the ocean. As plastics break down, they're eaten by fishes, which are in turn eaten by people, and then that can cause... I think there's some evidence that too much ingested plastic in people can lead to neurological disorders and other health issues. Yeah. It's almost like plastic is bad, says Clipper. I mean, you don't want that in your body. Yeah. True. But DNH says they might think plastic bags are jellyfish. Exactly. Yeah, there's another video that kind of deals with that. think this talks about it a bit.
Monterey Bay is a great place for jellyfish, and we know the leatherbacks come here to feed on the juicy jellyfish. They like the stinging nettle jellyfish, the Chrysora.
Yep. The deep waters of the ocean are like a compost. A material sinks to it and degrades, and winds from the northwest in this case cause the upper layers to move offshore and bring that deep cold water that's full of nutrients to the surface. When that water gets in contact with sunlight, we have a photosynthesis being stimulated. Plants grow, little animals grow, big animals grow.
If there's not a whole progression of events that allow the jellyfish to really settle and bloom and get retained in these nearshore habitats, then the turtles aren't going to come in. So it's all about the biology as well as the oceanography, the biology of the prey.
And we need to do much more to understand the trophic processes that lead to those dense aggregations of sea nettles. When we're able to do that and understand how those prey patches develop, we may get to a point where we're going to be able to predict where leatherback aggregations are going to be occurring.
The very productive system that we have in the California current that's led to fisheries like salmon and sardine and squid are all derived from this upwelling process that occurs in spring and summer. It's a little bit different with the turtles because they're not feeding on that really extensive food chain. They're feeding much lower, directly down to jellyfish and things like that. But again, the jellyfish are there because there's a lot of food for them.
Several leatherbacks we tagged in Jamorsmedi, West Erie, and Jaya in July 2005 are approaching the California current and the continent presently. We're anxious to see if those animals will make it all the way into our study area here off the coast of Central California.
So that's not exactly what I was looking for, but it's still going to get a thumbs up. Leatherback turtle eating a jellyfish. Cool. But what I'm looking for is this, I believe. There we go.
Sea turtle. There are a wide range of marine animals that feed on jellyfish, but sea turtles are among their most ancient predators. And while every known species of sea turtle preys on jellyfish at some point in their lives, none consume quite as many as the leatherback. Leatherbacks are the largest species of sea turtle, and they eat jellyfish almost exclusively, devouring well over 1,000 metric tons of them over their roughly 50-year lifespans.
Incredible.
This is particularly remarkable because jellyfish are 95% water.
They're very nutritionally poor.
In calories. So to maintain a healthy weight, the average 500-kilogram leatherback needs to eat roughly 400 kilograms of jellyfish every day.
That's nuts. I bet most of you don't even eat half that many jellyfish every day. You know, that is truly impressive. You know, just bonkers. 400 kilos of jellyfish a day. A kilogram is what, 2.2 pounds? So that's like 860 pounds, something like that, every day? Like, crazy.
That's roughly the same weight as a grand piano.
Imagine eating a grand piano every day, you know? No more bread and butter for me. I'm off to eat the grand piano.
And while some sea turtle species have been documented selectively eating their prey's protein-rich gonads, leatherbacks eat jellyfish whole, mowing down huge swaths of unsuspecting jellies.
And I think we have video of that right here. There we go. Here, check this out. There's a leatherback right there. Just going to town on a jelly. So they're even more watery than a watermelon? That's funny, adult fiber. Interesting. Yeah. The keys tend to get stuck in the thread. There you go, Elias. Yeah. Man, just chowing down. How do they deal with the poison, the venom? It doesn't bother them. I don't think we really know why, Andrew Memorex. They seem to be immune to jellyfish stings, which, again, could be a really important thing. If we can figure out what it is about leatherback turtles that makes them immune to jellyfish stings, maybe we could figure out how to apply that to people. Maybe we could make it so that we could have treatments for jellyfish venom and stuff like that for people, you know? Like, these are the things that I think about sometimes. What priceless secrets are these animals hiding in their biology that we might be able to discover and then benefit all of humanity, you know? It's so cool to think about. Now here's a leatherback chowing down on some other jellies. There's like a GoPro strapped to the turtle's back. And it's still kind of a mystery, like, how do they track down the jellies like this? Is it all visual? Like, we think they have okay vision, but, like, are they smelling them? Or is it only by sight? Or how does this work, you know? How do they do that? I think it's still kind of a mystery. Oh, come on, YouTube. It's gotten so much slower since they introduced all this AI garbage. YouTube is just unusable sometimes now.
Normally, jellyfish aren't quite this defenseless. Most species have tentacles covered in cells called cnidocytes, which contain venomous harpoons coiled and ready to launch. These barbed structures, known as nematocysts, are released on contact. Jellyfish frequently use this sting to paralyze and kill their food, and it can also irritate the skin of would-be intruders.
Yeah.
But it's completely useless against sea turtles. Most of these reptiles have thick scales covered in keratin, the same material that makes...
Yeah, but leatherbacks don't, and leatherbacks are the chief jelly predators among sea turtles. And leatherbacks don't have keratinized scutes. They just have leathery skin. The adults, anyway, don't have... The babies are born with little scutes. And I'm printing a life-size baby leatherback right now, actually. But the adults don't have that. They don't have scales. And they're the ones who are encountering jellyfish the most often, leatherbacks. It's what they eat. So what's the deal? How are they immune to this, you know?
Makes up nails and claws. This leathery armor protects their skin while they hunt, and any captured prey that tries to escape is impaled on the keratinized spikes lining the leatherback's esophagus. For most sea turtles, these adaptations make individual jellyfish easy prey. However, a jelly population's true defense mechanism is in how quickly they can reproduce.
Anywho, yeah, so jellies can reproduce really quickly, especially if there's, like, plastic waste in the ocean.
Extend the reproductive season. Meanwhile, both marine construction and pollution dramatically increase the surface area for jellyfish polyps to attach, grow, and mature. All these issues require a wide range of policy-based solutions. But one major way to prevent jellyfish populations from getting out of hand is to protect their natural predators, many of whom are currently under threat. Small-scale fisheries that are essential to communities in Mexico and Peru often use gill nets, which unintentionally capture and kill hundreds of sea turtles each year. In the Eastern Pacific, these practices could drive leatherbacks to extinction in the next 60 years.
It could happen in the next 20 years. Like, it's really distressing. And this is one of the things that I'm eager to get the word out about over the next year, you know? Yeah.
Fortunately, some researchers have already developed inexpensive tools to minimize these risks. Attaching green LED lights to gill nets has proven useful for allowing sea turtles, dolphins, and even seabirds to avoid fishing gear. Solutions like this should allow small-scale fishers to support their communities while minimizing their impact on our leathery ocean defenders.
How does there you go. Didn't really talk about the plastic bags thing, but it is an issue. Yeah. Where were we with that video? I don't know. Anyhow. Leatherback turtles are incredible creatures, and you're going to be hearing a lot about them in 2026. Holy cow, I cannot wait. It is going to be so good. Yeah. And here's something here. I wish I'd had more time over the past couple weeks to get started with this, because we might be too late now before Christmas. But here's something I've been thinking about. It's going to take some money, but I've got a plan for that, potentially. Become a proud sponsor of a satellite-tagged leatherback sea turtle and follow her incredible journey from the nesting beaches of Trinidad and Tobago to feeding areas on the open ocean. For a one-time tax-deductible donation of $2,000, you'll support vital sea turtle conservation while getting a rare opportunity to symbolically adopt and name one of these remarkable animals. I think this would be really, really cool to do. Or if we as a community could adopt one of these leatherback turtles, meaning that we're contributing money for this satellite tag, that would be something we could feel really good about. But also, we could track this turtle in real time, or more or less real time. There's a satellite tagging platform that they have right here, tracking platform that they have here, where you can see where each of the tagged turtles is last transmitted from. So you can track them across their migration over the course of a year, or for as long as the tracking tag stays adhered to them. So really, really cool stuff. Here's one named Stevie.
Cheap.
Stevie, formerly 4B105 FOF1B. See, this is why you wanted to give them a name, because 4B105 FOF1B is kind of a mouthful. One of the most experienced turtles we are currently tracking. Returning to Matura Beach in Trinidad to nest on 5 different years since 2010. Wow. Now 166 centimeters long, 5 feet 5 inches, and 4 feet wide. She's a veteran traveler who's completed multiple migrations. With her new satellite tag, you can follow her every movement, including her latest nesting, and witness the remarkable journey of an ocean giant. She last transmitted December 8th, that was today, at 2:43. I don't know if that's Greenwich Mean Time or what, but yeah. Though really cool, being able to track these different turtles. My idea for this is not to ask for a $2,000 donation. That is not what I want to do. I think it would be really cool to tie in the doing something about plastic pollution and donating to leatherback turtle conservation and science here. My idea is to screen print some canvas tote bags and then sell them for, affordable price. And that money will go toward us as a community paying for one of these satellite trackers like this. That way we'll have our own leatherback turtle that we can track on stream. We can see if she's updated each day, all of that stuff. I think that could be really, really cool. What do you think, chat? Do you like that idea? I wanted to run that past you to see how you feel about it. What do you think? I genuinely want to know. I'm asking. We need a name for the turtle? Well, yeah, that'll come later, Luke Herman's Gaming. But yeah. What's the tracking website? It is here. Provide you a link right there. So far, only Claire Burr and Luke Herman's Gaming have chimed in. But yeah. CBS Orange says your channel definitely needs a turtle we can check in on every stream. I think that could be really cool. How to Do It says it's a neat idea. DNH says awesome. Okay, cool. Folks just seem kind of quiet about it. Yeah, you like the idea of Rabbit Scotsman? Okay, cool. I'm gonna see about... This might have to be after Christmas, because I think we may have kind of missed the mark for being able to get blank tote bags delivered in bulk to me, and then I'm gonna be screen printing these live on camera at some point. Maybe next week if we can work this out. But and Turtlito, it's... You love the idea, Red Mascari? Awesome. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. Anyway, we'll see. I may have already missed that sale. Shoot. I had too many things going on yesterday. Didn't have an opportunity to actually make a purchase. I hadn't asked anybody about it yet. Let's see if people were enthusiastic. But this might be a bit more expensive than I was thinking. But that's okay. I've been working on some designs. For a leatherback turtle imprint on the bags, and for other stuff too. Let's see, what is that? Let me just go grab you a sticker. I'll show you. If any of you were there at TwitchCon and you ran into me, you probably got one of these stickers already. But I'd love to be able to turn this into a screen print design. Hang on just a second. Where'd it go? Hang on. There we go. Yeah. There we are. Okay. Sticker print. That is the leatherback design that I came up with. These are the stickers that I was handing out at TwitchCon. I've still got some of them for some other events too. But if I can take this and modify it so that it becomes like a one-color design that I could easily print on a tote bag, I think that could be really, really cool. So yeah. Yeah. And Commander Space Dog says, can you bring your own bags to U.S. grocery stores? I've never seen anyone doing it. Really? Have you been to the U.S.? I bring shopping bags with me every single time I go to the store. Yeah. I'm surprised it isn't ubiquitous where I am in California. There's a lot of cities and I think even counties in California where plastic bags, like your traditional, you know, like disposable one-time use garbage shopping bags, are, you can't get them. It's a good thing because we have leatherback turtles living off the coast here. Bring my bags every time? Yeah, Lordy. Yeah, me too. So I want to give other folks the opportunity to do that as well. Yeah, I think that could be really cool. And it makes sense. There's a there's a consilience there between, well, between leatherback turtles and reducing plastic pollution. You know? A tote bag is one of those items that I would explore making anyway as a fundraiser, but it makes perfect sense for a fundraiser for leatherback turtle conservation. So yeah. Good stuff. And yeah, there you go, Snow Dentry, yeah. I've been using the same shopping bag, here we go, for like 5 or 6 years now. Yeah, I got this back. I think I got this as like a holiday gift back in 2019. And it doesn't smell great. Wash it. But yeah, I've been using this pretty much every time I go to the store for probably is officially 6 years now. Yeah. And in 2019. There's a few holes in the bottom because the handles are kind of long and I'm not that tall. So sometimes, you know, after 6 years, it's still really good. This is the only wear and tear that we've gotten thus far. Is like a few little holes like this. So I don't think I could hold, you know, liquid in it. Somebody's like, Danny, bring your reusable bag. Let's fill it with eggnog. Like, sorry, that's not going to work for that. But for solid items, it's perfect. You know? Yeah. And those could be easily patched. They could be, Mooncloud. You're right. You're right. Yeah. And speaking of reusable bags, it reminds me of this. Where was it? Not everybody likes tote bags, you know?
I hold all my loose stuff in my hands all the time, and I'm doing just fine. I don't need some kind of, what did you call it?
Tote bag? It's a great bag, and it comes for free with any new Onion members.
Sure, whatever. I don't need it. You to be handed to you.
We do get cool free stuff sometimes, yeah. But
I
don't think
work hard to hold all my stuff in my hands, and I'm gonna keep it that way. Thank you very much.
We had some interesting conversations. I think debate is healthy for our country. And
You know, sometimes a tote bag can be really useful. Especially when you're trying to reduce your use of single-use plastics. If you've got a lovely leatherback turtle on there reminding you to do it, all the better. Yeah. Credit where credit is due. Here's a link to that video there. An onion tote would be fun. Well, I mean, you can get that there, but I'm talking about leatherback turtle totes, Gulganak, that they'll be hand-printed in the United States by union labor, namely me. I'll hand-print them on stream. Yeah. An ocean cleanup. Yeah, Luke Herman's Gaming. Wasn't that the thing that was a hoax? Vortex Waste Solutions are a scam, including like the ocean cleanup guys. Apparently that was, it didn't really work. Yeah, it's frustrating because like this sort of thing gets so much attention at the outset, and it seems like such a great idea, and then it turns out that they kind of faked all of the footage, and it doesn't really work in the way that they're saying it does. It's a problem.
When many people hear about ocean plastic, it's usually in the context of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. The idea that there was this giant trash island in the ocean was one of the things that got so many people paying attention to ocean plastic in the first place.
Which is so frustrating because the problem is so much worse than that, but it's not quite as photogenic in real life. Like, people really respond to the idea of, oh, well, there's a giant patch of floating garbage that you can walk on that's 100 times the size of Texas in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's like, no, there isn't. It turns out the problem is actually more difficult to wrap your head around and worse at the same time. Like, microplastics dissolving in ocean water, that is a serious issue because it pervades the food chain, you know? If it really were like this, it would be easier to clean up, you know?
The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is in the open ocean. You cannot see land anywhere nearby. So when you see pictures like this, where there's clearly mountains or maybe islands in the background, that is obviously not the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And then when you start looking, you see that the majority of these are fake. Most of these are probably honest mistakes, but then there are other ones which are obviously photoshopped, like this one, which is clearly just using a picture of a landfill or something. The question here is, what does this thing actually look like if it doesn't look like any of this? And why is everyone using photos of it that are of something else? These photos are just one example of all the things we get wrong when we talk about the patch and about ocean plastic in general. The plastic isn't coming from where you think, we're blaming the wrong people for it, and there are devastating sources of microplastics that hardly anyone is even talking about.
Yeah, things like cosmetics and like health and beauty products. It's bad.
I've spent the last few months diving into the research and interviewing experts, and I'm here to tell you that you're being lied to about ocean plastic.
And the trash wheel is a real thing, though. That's in, what is it, Boston? We will talk about that, and that is, it's heartwarming. We'll get to that after this, because we're going to see some rough stuff in here.
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Rabid Weenus, thank you for the 45 months of support. Good evening to you too. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you.
What does it actually look like? Well, in short, news sites and blogs use fake photos because the real thing just isn't that exciting to look at. It's this giant swirling vortex of plastic. It thins out at the edges, it moves every year, and plastic is constantly being added to it. It was talked about as another shame on us kind of thing, and it was assumed that it must be all of our daily household plastic that was in the garbage patch.
It's called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It's mostly plastic, pooling what we all throw away.
Basically, the framing was like, we've all been bad, and now there's this big patch here. A study from 2022 looked at the macroplastics, the stuff bigger than 5 millimeters in the garbage patch, and found that 75 up to 86% of it was from the fishing industry. I think a lot of news coverage probably thought there was no harm in laying on a little bit of guilt about plastic, because we all do buy and use it every day. But guilt mongering like that can still be dishonest, and making people feel defeated does not help. We've been doing that for a while now, and it has not addressed the plastic pollution crisis. When I first started talking to experts about this, I encountered one thing I really was not expecting. There's actually a debate going on over whether we should clean this thing up at all.
Once it is in the ocean, it is connected with marine life, and it's too late to remove it.
That's Martin Thiel. He might have a bit of a bold take on this, but he's not alone in thinking that at a certain point, plastic becomes part of the ecosystem.
I mean, there are a lot of like marine organisms that, like we were talking about, like the jellyfish polyps, they will, in their larval stage, they will cling to those bits of plastic in the ocean, and then that's how they start their life cycle. Is that a good or a bad thing? Well, that's a discussion we can have, but it's a thing that they do.
Once we throw away plastic, it's not ours anymore. And other life absolutely
colonizes that plastic. Some studies have shown that nearly 100 species can live on plastic and make that plastic their home. And so being careful about how we clean that plastic up is really important to protecting and preserving the ecosystem.
More research has actually come out about the garbage patch being teeming with life. And actually that coastal species are hitching a ride all the way to the garbage patch and then thriving there. Scientists have also found plastic-eating microbes that can turn polyethylene into CO2, although in small quantities. That said, it's not a settled question yet. Some plastic leaches toxic chemicals. Some of it gets eaten by animals and contaminates the entire food chain. We don't fully understand the trade-offs between leaving plastic in ecosystems versus taking it out. Anyway, back to those photos. If the pictures we keep seeing are not of the garbage patch, what are they? The two most widely shared images of the patch are this one and this one. A photographer named Caroline Power took those off the coast of Honduras in 2017. So this particular crisis was actually close to land, not far out to sea.
In reality, the garbage patch is less polluted than many coastal zones.
Which might actually be good news, because researchers also think it's more effective to clean plastic from coastal areas than from garbage patches that are far out to sea.
And I feel like somebody in the chat was just saying this a few minutes ago.
It's actually really interesting that the fervor over ocean plastic, the panic about it, started with the garbage patch, because the garbage patch is kind of this exceptional thing. It's mostly fishing gear, it's far out to sea, it's difficult to clean, and it's really not representative of the ocean plastic problem as a whole. Closer to shore, you see more of what you'd expect: water bottles, wrappers, all kinds of consumer packaging. But how it actually gets there is often misrepresented. When you Google how does so much plastic end up in the ocean, the main result you find over and over again is littering.
And littering, again, I'm not going to apologize for littering. I'm not going to say that it's not that bad a thing. Like, I don't know. In my personal theology, if there's one thing that gets you into hell, it's littering, you know? Zero tolerance. It's one of the most disgusting things that a human being can do. It's probably not the cause of most marine plastic waste, though, you know?
To show you what I mean, here's an educational video from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Where does marine debris come from? Marine debris comes from many different sources and enters the ocean in many ways. Intentional littering and dumping are a big cause of marine debris. Sometimes the trash goes directly into the ocean, like when beachgoers don't pick up after themselves.
And there are other examples of this all over the internet. So this page...
I mean, this is the thing, is that that's like, these are public-facing videos. So, like, if they want people to stop throwing their garbage away, like just throwing it into the ocean at the beach, then... You know, it's good to raise awareness about this kind of thing, but by the numbers, that's not going to be where most of this waste actually comes from.
For example, it's called How Does Plastic End Up in the Ocean? And the number one reason it puts is that we're throwing plastic in the bin when it could be recycled, and number two is littering. Both of those are just not a majority of the problem here. This is the European Environment Agency, and it says poor waste management and careless littering on land are two of the main causes of the problem. Littering is responsible for a very small percentage of the overall plastic in the environment. Based on this graph from the OECD, you can see littering is this teeny tiny blue bar here, and mismanaged waste, not including littering, is this massive one at the bottom.
So I think we know where this is going. Wealthy countries like the United States will often take a lot of their plastic waste and then ship them to other countries. Like, just pile it all up, put it on a barge, send it elsewhere to a poorer country, and then let them figure it out. And a lot of the, like, plastic recycling plants and stuff like that have shut down recently. Like, I don't think China is accepting plastic waste from the United States and other countries anymore, because it just doesn't make any sense to, like, recycle all of this stuff. Like, it takes a tremendous amount of energy to be able to melt it back down into a state where you can actually use it again for different applications. And so I think they've just kind of stopped doing this. And so a lot of this plastic waste is just being dumped directly into the oceans nowadays.
Mismanaged waste includes all the things that end up...
And there you go. Yeah, Racodactylus. Gee, it's almost as if corporations are destroying the environment by making solutions that place the blame on individuals, even though admittedly no one should litter. Yes, Raco, yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, is that I don't know. What was that campaign in the 70s? Keep America Beautiful. With the Native American guy who I think was actually Italian, who was shedding a tear. This was like a promotional campaign put on in order to try and shift the blame for pollution away from corporations, these massive multinational entities, and toward individual people. Where it's like, oh yeah, what was the tagline? People start pollution, people can stop it. Let's find that real quick. There we go. So anyway, this is kind of like I don't know, this is troubling in a lot of different ways. Like, trying to exploit the image of Native people basically for like a corporate ad campaign. It's just kind of gross. But anyway. Right here.
Right for pollution.
Not... Oh, here we go. 71 things you can do to stop pollution. Get a brochure about this. I bet you hardly any of those things listed are like, hey, vote for improved environmental regulations in your district so that corporations can't get away with polluting the local environment as much as they already do, you know? Instead, it's trying to place the blame on individual people. Like this dingus throwing garbage out the window of the car. You know, when this is not... Yes, there are individual people who do litter, and every person who does that, I wish them a very... please get eaten by a crocodile, or something similar, you know? But that's not the vast majority of the pollution that exists. The vast majority of that is industrial or agricultural, or, you know, these are big systemic things. You know what I mean? Did our sea turtle just finish? Let's take a look. Yes! Okay, let me put another one going. Hang on. As we're talking about plastic waste, boy. So I'll be able to assemble this into a baby sea turtle. It's gonna be a magnet. I'll paint it up so it looks just like the real thing. It'll be a nice gift that I can give to other people whom I'll meet over the next year who are also involved with leatherback turtle conservation. So yeah. Anyhow, let's get back to this.
Either in illegal dump sites or burned in the open or in the rivers or oceans or wherever. The focus on littering specifically, it's an easy answer because obviously there's nothing wrong with discouraging people from littering, but it focuses on individual people's bad choices rather than systemic forces that are basically flushing plastic into the ocean every minute. Mismanaged waste includes everything that escapes formal waste systems. So they might end up dumped, they might end up burned, they might end up in the environment. We're not even talking about landfills here. If it's landfilled, that's managed waste. According to the OECD, 82% of macroplastic leakage into the environment, so that's land, air, and sea, is the result of mismanaged waste. Putting so much emphasis on individual choices also takes the pressure off of the companies whose products so often become plastic waste.
Yep.
We know from beach cleanup data that Coca-Cola has been the #1 plastic polluter for 6 years in a row.
Ugh. Yeah. Again, this is the sort of thing where, like, if Coca-Cola ever approached me wanting to do a sponsorship deal, they're like, hey, here, shill our diabetes juice, just like our sludge sugar garbage. No, a zillion times no. I don't know. I'm not going to say what I think. This is a family-friendly stream. I'm not going to say what I think about the Coca-Cola Corporation. But if an asteroid were to wipe out their corporate headquarters, I wouldn't shed a tear.
Producing 11% of all the branded plastic pollution found on beaches. And just 56 companies are responsible for half.
I think they're mean and awful. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Back when I lived in Montana, I used to also... People get, like, so up in arms about this. But, like, if you... And I would say this as a trolling. If you tell people that Coke and Pepsi are the same thing, people lose their minds. They start foaming at the mouth, like they will threaten death upon you. And it was one of my favorite things to do at, like, a party or something like that. Yeah, Coke, Pepsi, it's all the same thing. Like, I don't know. It's the same. It's literally the same thing. I hate that, says Pate Beat. Well, I mean, it's true, though. Like, Coca-Cola and Pepsi are the, it's literally the same thing, It's like, it's like this joke on The Simpsons. But it's, yeah, they're the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Oh, wrong video. Here we go. Let's get rid of those tabs.
Half the world's branded plastic polluter for 6 years in a row.
Yeah. Oh, man. I won't even talk about other stuff that Coca-Cola Corporation has done. There's a reason why certain countries in the world have, like, skyrocketing rates of diabetes. I'm not going to tell you why. I'm just going to say, maybe look it up if you're interested in this kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, boy. Not to mention, like, governments being overthrown, corporate espionage, just... Anyway. Ugh. Disgusting products. Disgusting companies.
Producing 11% of all the branded plastic pollution found on beaches. And just 56 companies are responsible for half the world's branded plastic pollution. So I read Coca-Cola's sustainability report, and most of the emphasis for their solutions is on recycling. So is recycling the...
Ms. Blue Sky says, I'll just mention that Dr. Pepper has never amassed a private military. Ms. Blue Skies, Dr. Pepper is not a real doctor. He's been posing as a medical professional for all of these years when he's practicing without a license. Not a good thing. That's not even the worst of it. I also prefer water, Lenina. Yeah. If we get a sponsorship from water, you know how, like, different episodes of Sesame Street would be sponsored by different letters or different colors? I would take a sponsorship from the concept of water, H2O. You should drink some, It's good stuff. Like, it's essential for life on Earth. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Sponsored by the letter H, the number 2, and the letter O. Yeah. This is our new corporate arc here on Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, we're not going to watch a Simpsons clip. We've got too many other rabbit holes we're going down right now. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah.
The key to stopping.
And Luke Herman's gaming. Yeah, no, I mean these are serious problems. Yeah, and I'm not going to be going down the like health fascist pipeline thing. People like RFK Jr. and people like that. Like, we're not going to be doing that. This is not a let's be snooty and look down our nose at people who drink sugary beverages or eat fast food or whatever. That is absolutely not what I'm doing here. This is it's an anti-corporate stance. I want to be very clear about that. I'm not blaming consumers. I'm not blaming individual people for the things that they choose to eat or feed their families or whatever. Like, people are beaten down and tired, and people work too hard. They're forced to work too hard in the system that we have. It's just, it's not good. It's not their fault, is my point. And anybody who tries to blame it on individual people like that, they've got an agenda. Shouldn't be trusted. So anyway, yeah. Reiko says it's available, affordable, vastly marketed. I can't blame people for drinking it. Exactly. Yeah. Actively addictive. I mean, well, yeah, there's that too. But anyway.
Plastic from getting in the ocean? Spoiler alert, no. But it's more complicated than you might think. We know at this point that big lies were told about recycling, and they were told because the plastics industry had a PR problem. In 1969, there was a quote from the American Chemical Society saying, "It is always possible that scientists and engineers will learn to recycle or dispose of waste at a profit, but that does not seem likely to happen soon on a broad basis." And boy, were they right. Globally, recycling rates are less than 10%, and they've been stuck that way for decades now. Keep in mind, the amount of recycled plastic we make globally has quadrupled in 20 years. We're recycling more than ever. It just can't
Thank you,
keep
Cyrus
up.
Rainbows.
I think
Hey,
we need to show a graph
have a good day.
here.
Thank you for
So
being here.
If you look at what goes into the ocean, items that actually have a chance of being recycled are hard plastics made of just one thing. This report calls them rigid monomaterials, but you can see they make up just 18% of plastic leakage into the ocean. These other two massive categories, they make up a vast majority of the plastic in the ocean, and those are just not widely recyclable items. You might hear people say that they're technically recyclable, that technology exists, but it's just not economically viable and it's not being done at a large scale. So the industry has known at this point that mixing together different types of plastics makes them unrecyclable. They've known it for more than 50 years, and they've just kept doing it. But either way, what we're looking at is less than a fifth of ocean plastic having even the potential to be recycled. So graphs like this really brought it home for me that this is one of the biggest lies about the ocean plastic problem, is that somehow we can recycle our way out of it. When
We can't. No. You can't recycle your way out of it. You need to reduce the use of single-use plastics as much as you can. Just don't do it. And again, this is not something that I'm not telling you this, chat. Like, oh, well, we can band together in this community and we can solve this problem for the world. No. This needs to be like a massive systemic change. Like, there need to be laws put in place in order to change this, because we've already seen that these companies won't do this themselves, you know? When profit is the only directive, when that is the one thing that is driving everything that a company does, there's no profit incentive to reduce the use of plastics like this. Yeah. Regulation and oversight and enforcement. There you go, Reiko. Yeah. Yeah. And Sussy McSussface says, I don't know, I kind of like plastics. I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to eat as much plastic as you want to, Sussy McSussface. This is not about like an individual consumer thing. Like, they want you to think that it is, but it's not. We need regulation, and we need enforcement of those regulations. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Such a tiny fraction of what's going into the ocean is even maybe recyclable. We need to talk about different ways to solve this problem. Recycling was doomed to fail because it was given an impossible task, and the impossible task was to just keep up with limitless plastic consumption. However, It's not exactly completely fake either, and that's something I'm encountering more and more in my everyday life when I talk to people about this. So there's been so much coverage of recycling being a scam that people think it doesn't matter at all, that they shouldn't even try. The reality is that headlines saying recycling is a scam or totally fake are misleading.
You know, it gets framed as an either or. Either we only need recycling and only recycling will fix this problem, or recycling won't fix this problem at all. We should absolutely give up on it. And I quite simply disagree. It is not an either or, it is a yes and. Yes, we need recycling and we need overall reduction.
One of the reasons recycling hasn't worked so well is because of low collection and sorting rates, and convincing people that it's totally fraudulent will just make that problem worse. So PET, plastic number 1, and HDPE, plastic number 2, are legitimately recyclable. Though the rates of plastic recycling for like all plastics is less than 10%, for those two plastics it's closer to 30%. And we could double that in the US by just doing a better job collecting plastics. We just need to stop thinking that recycling plastics gives us license to consume as much as we want.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like I don't know. In the apartment that I lived in until a couple years ago, I kind of saw this firsthand. Different attitudes about recycling from different people. So I had... Where is he from? Is he from Vietnam? I'm going to say that he was from Vietnam, because I'm having difficulty remembering. We'll say he was from Vietnam. I had a roommate from Vietnam, and I had a roommate from Germany. Roommate from Vietnam would put everything, including aluminum cans, plastic bottles with a little 1 on the bottom, all of that, just put it straight into the trash. My roommate from Germany would put everything into the recycle bin, including like pizza boxes with cheese all over them, and like pudding cups that still have pudding all over the inside, and like cellophane and like used Kleenexes and stuff like that. You know, like face tissue into the recycle bin. It's like, you can't do that. So I just ended up, I had like a separate recycle bin and a trash can, and we didn't have a compost bin, I guess. But like every time I would take the trash out, which was like almost every day, I would have to basically sort everything each time. And it was... yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Please tell me you weren't fishing face tissues out of the recycling? I would keep, like, plastic or rubber gloves next to the bin, and I would do that or no. But yeah, I was. So I don't know, it's just... it's frustrating, and I can see how people have so many disconnects about this concept. Nobody wants to think about where their waste goes after their... you know, when it becomes waste, you know? You don't want to have that occupying time out of your day. You don't want to be actively using your brain to mull this over. So many other things going on during a day, you know? You don't want to have to worry about that. But it is something that... ideally... the people who run these systems, the people who make decisions that affect the entire world, ideally, they would be making good choices here, so that it wouldn't go down to where, like, we as individuals have to agonize over these things. You know what I mean? So yeah. And huge variation in recycling capabilities. Exactly, Miss Blue Skies. When I lived in Montana, they didn't have anywhere in the entire state where you could recycle glass. And this actually became a big problem because, like, it ended up with a lot of broken glass on the ground. A lot more than here in California, I've noticed. There were just broken bottles all over the place when you'd walk down the street in Bozeman or in Billings or wherever. Because I guess people would just throw them into the trash, or they just literally just throw bottles into the streets. Yeah. I don't know. You don't need to wash containers because they do that. Oh, interesting, Trekker. Okay. The glass is sand, so it should be easy to recycle, right? T-Metrix, because it's just silica. But apparently they didn't have a glass recycling plant anywhere in the entire state of Montana. So yeah. Anyhow.
And stopped accepting the industry line that is perfectly circular.
Throwing glass
It's meant
bottles
to
at
be
trains.
a
That was
last
a big thing
resort
too,
for plastics we
Snowdetchy, yeah.
can't eliminate. And
Yeah.
it still comes with some environmental trade-offs.
There is no hiding the fact that our recycling system is not working very well right now.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we should give up on it. If anything, it means that we need to invest in it and make it work.
As you can see, this is messy. We want magic pills and silver bullets, a perfect solution for all these problems, and that's just not going to happen. And it's about to get messier because we need to talk more about microplastics.
Yep.
So microplastics are incredibly hard to wrap your head around. You see numbers in the billions and
But they're really easy to get into your head. Holy cow. XBR, were you saying this earlier that there's like a shocking amount of plastic material that ends up inside of human brains? Because it gets into your bloodstream and then it can just kind of bioaccumulate there in your noggin.
measured in terms of particles, and it's sort of impossible to
Manishi geek,
envision
yeah.
what that even means
This
or
is
how bad it is.
it's a big
From
subject.
Europe, so much
Yeah.
microplastic goes into the environment that it's the equivalent of everyone in Europe throwing one grocery bag into the ocean each week. Then in the US, it's triple that number. Though
Yep.
microplastics are 11% of all the plastic that goes into the ocean each year, when you look at just high-income countries, that number goes up to 62%. Scientists keep finding them in new places, and then that makes the news, and now it's in the news cycle so much that it's almost become kind of a meme with people joking about like microplastics for dinner and whatever you might see. So for a while we were thinking
Oh no! I mean, at least it's fish free. I guess that means I could eat it, but yeah. Not great. Oh no. Yeah.
So for a while we were thinking maybe the main problem here was polyester and plastic clothing. But then we started having more data come out about tires. The tires on cars shed microplastics like crazy.
Yep. Tires. Oh, and this is another thing. Shoot. Here. When I was coming back from Doling's Bowl in Utah this past year, that would have been early August. Here we go. Had a bit of a mishap in that, well, one of my tires exploded. There we go. Just completely lost a tire on the way home, and then had to call a tow truck. And luckily, I had my like satellite dish and everything, so it was in the middle of a canyon, so there was no cell phone coverage. But I was able to get the internet hooked up and then make a call over the Wi-Fi to call a tow truck, and it all worked out. But I made sure to go get the piece of tire. Do I not have a picture of that? Maybe I don't. No, I do. There we go. This was out in the middle of the road, and I made sure to run and get it because I didn't want to like leave a giant hunk of tire material out there, because I know it's also full of plastics. And I had to repeatedly remind the tow truck guy, I'm like, hey, can we throw this away as well? And he's like, what? I'm like, the tire. I don't want to leave that out. A, cars are going to be swerving around it and it's going to cause an accident. That's why I pulled it out of the road. But I'm like, I don't want to leave it here on the side of the road. Let's take this somewhere where we can throw it away. You know, this is Utah. It's beautiful landscapes, like wildlife all over the place. Just, it's a gorgeous place. I don't want to just be throwing garbage everywhere. And he was like flabbergasted at this. He's like, okay, I guess. Like, what, you just leave the tires there? What? Anyway. And yeah, Snowdetchy, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, it's a big problem. Like, so many microplastics come from tires, as they were talking about here.
Maybe the main problem here was polyester and plastic clothing. But then we started having more data come out about tires. The tires on cars shed microplastics like crazy. Estimates vary, but tires can shed between 10 and 16% of their weight over their lifetime. That means each tire on a car loses a kilogram or 2 pounds of tire dust over its lifetime. We also know that the heavier a car is, the faster its tires wear down, which means the more microplastics go out into the environment.
Yeah, so that was the thing, like those, what was it, those Rivian trucks? There we go. These, which are electric, this is, again, one of the reasons why I like electric vehicles. Well, they're nice. We need better public transit because, like, everybody driving a personal vehicle still causes all kinds of problems. I think it was these where the tires need to be replaced, like, every 10 months or something like that because it's such a heavy vehicle that it just burns through tires. It's crazy just how fast they get depleted on this vehicle. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah.
The big SUVs, Americans tend to drive really big cars. Those are creating higher numbers of microplastics. It's estimated that 9% of all plastic pollution going into the ocean is from tires. And right now there's just no...
I'm sorry, how much?
Really big cars, those are creating higher numbers of microplastics. It's estimated that 9% of all plastic pollution going into the ocean is from tires.
That's crazy. Shoot. And that's something that most people probably wouldn't guess when they're... if you were to, poll 100 people, where do you think most ocean microplastics are coming from? Tires are probably not going to be at the top of the list,
And right now there's just no way of catching it. So textiles remained a problem, then we added tires to the list. But the craziest thing is that after that, a report came out that said that there was a new source of microplastics we hadn't been calculating correctly, and that if their math was right, it created more microplastics than all the other ones combined, more than...
Is this like health and beauty stuff? Oh boy.
And tires and personal care products and clothing combined. And
oh, maybe not. Oh shoot, what is it? What is it?
And that source is paint. So according to this report, about 40% of paint ends up in the environment. And the craziest thing is that 37% of paint is plastic polymers. Like the composition of paint is plastic. We're painting our walls with plastic. When I heard that lots of microplastics came from paint, I had assumed it was mostly from ships. But actually marine sources were not even a majority of the microplastics that end up in the environment.
Because I think a lot of that is like metal based, right? That's why it's red for like a lot of the paint below the waterline. Isn't it that it stands up to the elements better, kind of like a red barn? You've got like those iron oxides that are there in the paint.
Environment, and a lot of it is from buildings. About half the paint applied in European lower income countries will eventually leak to the environment. That is mind-boggling to me. All these things are basically modeled estimates. It's really difficult to measure microplastics, so people end up doing this sort of complex mathematic modeling to figure out how much paint gets shed off of these everyday objects. Even if this estimate is wrong and it's half that or a third of that, paint is still a huge source of microplastics in the environment that's been wildly underestimated. Ultimately, the disconcerting vibe that I get from all of this is that we know there are huge sources of microplastics out there, but we could discover a new one tomorrow that's even bigger. There are also a whole other type of microplastics that...
And that's crazy, like discover one. We're not talking about like discovering a species of organism out in the middle of the ocean or in the Sumatran rainforest or something like that. Some creature that's avoided human detection. What we're talking about, discovering new sources of plastic, it just means, oh yeah, here's more ways that human beings have been dumping plastic into their surroundings. And we're just kind of realize, oh yeah, we have been doing that, huh? Calling that a discovery is just like, it sounds so weird. It is, but it's not how I'm used to using that word, Usually discovery is a good thing. It's a source of wonder. It's not a like, oh yeah, huh? Oh yeah, we did really mess that up, didn't we? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Lopi tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Saint Baby Fox, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Foxy Bear 23, how are you doing? Hello, hello. How was this stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And how did you too, Saint Baby Fox? Again, I hope your stream was a really good one. Hey, welcome. My name is Danny. I'm a paleontologist. Here's a quick video.
Oh, what is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of this song?
not this video. But Monster King, thank you for the 5 months of support. Really appreciate that. Here's me.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
This is what I'm all about.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses.
Oh, thanks for dropping in there. St. Baby Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
By excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. It's nice to play that after we get a raid or every little while when new people trickle in, but yeah. Apart from paleontology, we're also getting into something else. Big time in 2026. Leatherback turtles. These are an extraordinary creature that we've gone on kind of several tangents here leading up to your raid, St. Baby Fox. Talking about conserving these incredible critters, and then we got into talking about plastic pollution, which is one of the things that affects them, at least in some way. And then we got into a whole thing about ocean plastic. So let's continue. Yeah.
That come from things already in the ocean breaking apart. A recent study found that the color of the plastic actually makes a big difference in terms of how fast that happens. So red, green, and blue plastics become microplastics much faster than white, silver, or black. Removing pigments from plastic would also make them much easier and more valuable for recyclers. But of course, nixing red caps and green bottles and all of that would mean brands giving up some of their brand power. So now,
which, oh, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I don't know. Like, they could take one for the team. It's the very least they can do, you know? Yeah. Just, yeah. Let's continue. I was gonna go off on a tangent. But let's
now
not.
we're getting to the really big questions. How do you compel massive institutions?
But that would be more expensive, says Ms. Blue Skies. No, it would be a lot cheaper if, like, plastic that doesn't contain pigments like that is less expensive. So it would be better for their bottom line. That's the thing, is that if you don't have to go through all of these other chemical steps in order to make the plastic a certain color, you could just have it be straight from the manufacturer, essentially. Like, as simple as possible, that would save these companies a lot of money. You know what I mean? Anyway.
That benefit from plastic to change their ways.
A pigment on the outside of colorless plastics. Maybe just ignore that. You know, maybe not. Maybe don't do that. I don't know. Yeah.
Over the years, we've seen both governments and corporations make pledges to reduce their plastic footprints. Over 5 years, there was a 60% increase in these pledges, and in that same time, a 50%.
Used to swim with great whites here in Australia. Very cool, St. Baby Fox. And we did do a lot of conservation. Been seeing how devastating plastic is? Yeah. We're going to be doing a lot of conservation work with leatherback sea turtles over the next year, which are a species that you get down there in Straya as well. That's one of, I think, three or four sea turtle species that you get. You're also the only region that gets the flatback turtle. So there's 7 extant species of sea turtle. Pull them up here on our Tree of Life, if and when it loads. Otherwise I'm having trouble. It is, okay. go. Sea turtles of the world. Here we go. Kemp's Ridley, Olive Ridley, Loggerhead, Green, Hawksbill, Leatherback, and then the flatback sea turtle is the third or fourth largest sea turtle species in the world, depending on how you count it. But they're also called the Australian flatback because I think they only live in Australian waters. For a while, they were thought to be a kind of, where they were thought to be green sea turtles, and then it turns out no, they're different. So yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And Seiko-sama, I'm not in the medical science now. I'm a paleontologist, so I work on fossils, mostly dinosaurs. Starting to get involved with leatherback turtles as well. Seiko-sama, you should ask Scient Streams about CRISPR, because I think Balint and Lita may have actually used CRISPR in their research. So go give them a follow, and they'd be thrilled to talk about that. They also stream like 8 days a week, so chances are you'll be able to catch one of their streams. So yeah. You're welcome, Seiko Summit. Sorry, I don't know anything about CRISPR-Cas9. It's not. I probably know less about it than you do. But Balint and Lita, I think they've worked with it. They certainly know a thing or two. They'd be happy to tackle that. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with our video.
Increase in plastic pollution. That's nuts. A 50% increase in 5 years. These pledges simply haven't worked. Plastic use is still set to triple by 2060. At this point, it might seem hopeless, but we're actually in a pivotal moment. In 2022, UN member states passed a resolution very ambitiously called End Plastic Pollution. For the past few years, they've been working on a global treaty. I've spoken to independent scientists who are at these negotiations, and they all talk about the same thing: reducing plastic production. This may seem painfully obvious, but we have to go through the data a bit because it's been weirdly controversial for a long time now to say that plastic production leads to more plastic pollution. If you map out...
Which is wild. Like, of course, more plastic production leads to more plastic pollution. You know? That's industry.
Plastic production since 1950 and map out the amount of plastic going into the ocean since that time, you get two lines that track each other very closely. And this is true even for individual brands. A 2024 study found that the more product that Coke, Pepsi, Nestle, and other companies made, the more of their branded trash washed up on beaches. Even though making less plastic seems like a really clear answer, this idea is still tearing apart these negotiations.
There is a big group of countries supporting the obligations to reduce plastic production, but we also have a very small group of countries that are stalling progress in.
I'm guessing the US is probably one of those countries stalling progress here, but we'll see. We'll see.
These obligations. And this small group of countries are the petrostates. People think that we are negotiating a waste treaty, but in reality, we are negotiating the future of fossil fuels.
The Center for International Environmental Law, where Daniela works, analyzed the guest list at these talks. They found petrochemical and fossil fuel industry lobbyists outnumbered scientists at these talks, sometimes 3-1.
That's crazy. Shoot.
Industries are fighting hard because they're counting on plastics for their future growth.
The fossil fuel industry is using all types of tactics to intimidate and to harass. So as soon as we landed in Ottawa in April, we started to see billboards all over the city defending plastics. And
oh boy.
with kids in a hospital with a mask of plastic for oxygen, which we are clear that we're not targeting this kind of elements with our ads for production reduction.
Inside the talks, industry reps don't want to talk about lowering production. They want to talk...
hang on, what's up with our alerts?
Let's protect
there we go.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Boash81, thank you for the prime there. I really appreciate it. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads here for as long as you want to stay subscribed there with the prime. I I appreciate that very much, Bosch. Thank you, thank you. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. This is how I make my living, and you're helping make that possible with your support. Thank you.
About recycling and waste management.
Of course, recycling is important, and we don't want to say that we don't need recycling. But if we want to make recycling something that actually works,
and
but those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Little Pink Pony, thank you for the 22 months of support right there. Really appreciate that. Almost a whole year. There you go. Thank you, Little Pink Pony. Excellent.
Don't need recycling. But if we want to make recycling something that actually works, we need to bring production to more sustainable levels. There's no way that recycling is going to keep up with the levels of production that we have today.
Every scientist and activist that I've spoken to about this issue wants two things: to reduce plastic production and to simplify the chemicals that go into plastics. There are about 16,000 chemicals used in plastics today, most of which are not regulated by international law. And getting that number lower could not only improve safety, but also make recycling much more effective. I don't know how this is all going to turn out or if plastic production is actually going to go down. But I do know Dow, a chemical company and one of the world's largest suppliers of the polymers that go into single-use plastics, seemingly doesn't have plans to slow down anytime soon.
No. Oh boy.
Plastics right now, PNSP, silicones, and coatings. I think we have a pretty good line of sight. Since 2019, we've seen a 20% increase in volumes in plastics. I think plastics is going to continue to see solid volumes, and we've got cost advantage. And the long-term trends for plastics say the growth is going to continue to be there.
Dow did not respond to a request for comment. There you go. I think their silence speaks volumes. Isn't that one of the big players that made napalm?
If you're wondering where I got all this...
Yeah, it was... Here, I'll give you a link to this video, too. Was it Dow that did napalm, or was it napalm and Agent
You're not
Orange?
doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you very much, Garrix77, for the kind words and for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah. Monsanto did Agent Orange. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Those guys, thank you. Oh, boy. Anywho. Why were we talking about ocean plastics? There we go. Here. So what do you think this is? It's the inside of a leatherback turtle's mouth. We talked about this.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Appreciate that very much for the community gifts up there. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. There's those papillae in the mouths and throats of leatherback turtles. Something else that looks like jellyfish has accidentally become part of their diet. That's things like plastic bags. Plastics, including bags, are polluting the oceans. Plastic bags look like jellyfish, which is what leatherback turtles eat. These plastic bags will get trapped in their throat, wrapped around the spikes, choking them. I don't know how common that is as a cause of death. Like, it's probably behind bycatch, and I would guess it's maybe in front of boat strikes, but I don't really know. There's so many different things that are threatening leatherback turtle survival. Like, so many different things that are kind of coming together to drive these creatures into further decline and further toward extinction. It's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation in the coming year is that these creatures are a proxy for the oceans as a whole. As go sea turtles, so go the oceans. we can save leatherback turtles, though, these creatures that span entire ocean basins, they come up onto nesting beaches to lay their eggs. They're moving all around the world. They have the widest distribution of any living reptile, the leatherback turtle. If we can save them, it means that we've saved the oceans to a certain extent. You know what I mean? It's not an easy thing, but it is so worth it. And they're such charismatic animals that I feel like it's an easy sell, you know? If you're... Leatherback turtles, I think, fire the imagination. They get people excited in a way that, like, pelagic crabs or, you know, a rare species of barnacle or something, that's not going to get people as excited as something like this. Sorry, crustacean researchers. It's just... If we could use this to our advantage, though, it could be a beautiful thing, you know? Anywho, Martin Dan says microplastics dissolve in oceans, or do they accumulate in fish body? Both. Martin Dan, both. Yeah. And insects are crustaceans. They're part of Pan-Crustacea, Ms. Blue Skies. Yeah. I would show you on one Zoom, but we're having issues right now. Yeah. And hey, Dinosaur Dave, how you doing? Hello, hello. We'll be talking more about leatherback turtles in future streams, for certain. But for right now, let's start taking a look at, well, do we save this for tomorrow? I'd like to watch this Clint's Reptiles video that just came out 2 days ago. Clint seems like a good guy, and I love when he talks about dinosaurs. I think that'd be a cool springboard for discussion. But we're coming up on 5:30 here. Shoot. I don't know if we have time. I know we'll probably take a look at that video tomorrow. Right now, let's talk a little bit more about leatherback turtles. I've put together a playlist if anybody wants to learn more about these critters. It's called Learn More About Leatherbacks. Here's a link right here. Got to pet and feed a sea turtle. Oh, very cool dinosaur. I'm guessing it's probably a green sea turtle. Those are probably the most common throughout much of the world. Let's see. Whoop. Skip. There we are.
Give it scritches, because if it's happy, that means I can eat it when it's not looking. It's looking at me, so I can't sneak up on it.
Is that a...
I'll eat it later. Hello again. Granitosaurus Kev here. And I'm going to give scritches to a turtle. You ready?
Oh.
Give it scritches.
Is that a hawksbill?
Because if it's happy, that means I can eat it.
Loggerhead. The head is too small. So, hawksbills are the ones with the... Alright, they have serrated edges to their carapace. But they also have the... It's frustratingly called tortoiseshell patterning, even though they're not tortoises. So, like, tortoiseshell glasses are not made from tortoises. They're made from hawksbill sea turtles. Nowadays, most of these are made of plastic, which I guess is a big improvement over killing sea turtles to make them. But, yeah. Yeah, there you go. They just have these beautiful osteoderms there over the surface of their carapace, and that's where this material comes from. That pattern was made of tortoise. Yeah, Petrodactylus. Yeah, that's where that comes from.
Sea turtle from extinct. But in Central America and Southeast Asia, many countries still illegally sell tortoiseshell products that are made from the shell of the endangered hawksbill sea turtle.
Yep.
As a traveler, it's important that you be able to
Green sea
identify
turtles.
and
That makes
avoid
sense,
souvenirs made from endangered turtle shell. Not only because it's illegal to buy and to bring home, but because you can help save the hawksbill from extinction. Here's how to do it. The first and most important thing you can do is to ask what it's made of. The simplest way to do this in Spanish-speaking countries is to say "KS," meaning what is it? I've just come back from Nicaragua and we found turtle shell souvenirs in dozens of different shops. They all said carey. Carey is the Spanish name for the hawksbill sea turtle. If you want clarification, you can say
So carey, that's caretta is the it's the loggerhead or the hawksbill? Caretta, genus and species name, is the loggerhead. Interesting. Okay. Anyway.
Tortuga, meaning is it turtle? If the vendor tells you that it is made of carey, feel free to express your disgust and walk out of the shop. Products made from sea turtle shell usually appear a dark brown color, but if you hold them up to the light, you'll see that the light-colored areas are transparent, orange or amber color. The next main indicator is that turtle shell products are thin and flexible. Sea turtle shell can usually bend quite far before breaking. In Nicaragua, probably the most similar looking material is cowhorn, which is known locally as cacho. If you want to be clear, you can ask "es cuerno," which means is it horn? Although cowhorn can have a streaky, multicolored pattern like turtle shell, and may be somewhat transparent, it comes in a different range of colors, usually from black.
Anyhow, I'll give you a link to this video if you'd like to watch the rest of it. But yeah, that is where tortoise shell comes from. It's not from a tortoise. It's from a hawksbill sea turtle. And that's one of the reasons why they are endangered, is they were hunted mercilessly. They are critically endangered, which is they're like on the precipice of extinction. Hawksbill shells are the primary source of tortoise shell material used for decorative purposes. The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species regulates the international trade of hawksbill sea turtles and products derived from them. So, do your very best not to purchase that or fund the exploitation of these critically endangered animals. So yeah. Petrodactylus says, I just assumed it was a common plastic pattern all these years. Thankfully, like, you know, we were just talking about how plastic pollution is a big problem, but having glasses frames and, you know, hair combs and things like that made out of plastic instead of the carapaces of hawksbill sea turtles, it's a big improvement. So yeah. Anyhow, yeah. I'm sorry you're having it. It doesn't sound like a good time, Miss Blue Skies. I hope things are okay. You'll feel better soon. Thanks for being here. Yeah. In the coming year, we're going to be, hopefully we can even have, I don't know, it's a dream, dream of mine to have an encounter like this with a leatherback turtle on the beach. Maybe that'll be possible this next year. We shall see. There's a few different avenues that I'm exploring right now, and we're gonna see what we can do to help raise awareness about these animals, raise funds for their conservation, do what we can to help them. And on that front, I put together this playlist for anybody who's interested in it. But let's take a look at this here.
Every now and then, a sea turtle might emerge in the daytime. And luckily, we've had a leatherback, which is incredibly rare. We haven't had a daytime nesting leatherback for at least 3 years on this project.
Yeah, they almost always come out at night. This is not actually the video that I was looking for, but I'll give you a link to it nonetheless. There you go. Let's take a look at this. This video came 5 years ago. This is posted to YouTube. This is surely produced a lot earlier than that. But it's still gonna be good. Let's give it a watch. I love that early 2000s or even late 90s kind of vibe here.
Mysterious. The oceans cover 3/4 of the Earth's surface. Life began here, and it's sustained here. The oceans are the vital force of the planet, yet we know little else about them. Perhaps learning about one of its oldest living creatures, the rare leatherback sea turtle, could help.
And I mean, the leatherbacks is superlative in so many different ways. I wouldn't call it one of Earth's oldest creatures. They've been around for what, 80 million years, give or take, which is incredible. But horseshoe crabs have been around what, 400, 500 million years? There's many creatures whose lineages can be traced back further in time, and those fossil representatives from early on look very similar to the modern ones. Leatherback turtles are like that too. They just don't go back as far. Like the Cretaceous period, that's impressive. That's enough to impress me, but let's not get ahead of ourselves and say they're one of the Earth's oldest creatures, because they're not.
One of its oldest living creatures, the rare leatherback sea turtle.
Seiko-sama says, are trees the oldest living thing? It depends what you mean, Seiko-sama. There are, if you mean trees as a group, going back into millions of years into the Earth's past, the answer there would be no. Like modern trees aren't even really like a taxonomic group. There's lots of different kinds of plants that are unrelated that get called trees. So a tree is not really like a specific thing in botany. There's lots of different plants that get called trees. They've been around for what, 300, 350 million years, something like that. There are other groups of organisms that go way back further in time. And when we say trees back in like the Carboniferous, we're talking about things like lycopods and stuff like that, lepidodendrons, things with weird scaly trunks that they don't look anything like, well, they don't look similar to today's trees in a lot of ways. You had giant horsetails that were 100 feet tall, things like that. Giant ferns. Yeah. Plant type. There you go, Pete B. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, trees. I don't want to get too derailed here, but it's not a taxonomic group. It's not a phylogenetic group. And they're not that old. At least, like, things with woody stems that grow tall, those are not even that old. Like, I guess you go back to, like, the Permian or something for the first, like, woody trees, conifers and things like that, maybe? Well, maybe you had them in the Carboniferous, too. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, of course. Anyway. Yeah. So anywho, and Luke Herman's Gaming says 8 million years. No. 80 million years for leatherback turtles. They go back about 80 million years into the Cretaceous period. So, although it's still a little hazy, we're still kind of figuring some of this stuff out. But 80 million years would put them in the Campanian stage of the Upper Cretaceous. So dinosaurs went extinct here 66 million years ago, except for birds. The first turtles and the first dinosaurs first show up in the Triassic. That's when they first evolved. Round about the same time, too. Some of the first turtles and some of the first dinosaurs show up right here in, like, probably the middle Triassic. So turtles as a group are about as old as dinosaurs. Maybe a little bit more recent. I don't know. They're close. Here we go. Stem turtles like Eunotosaurus. I was talking about this with Josh Lively back in September. Middle to late Permian. So if this is a critter that gave rise to the turtles, it predates the dinosaurs. One from the Karoo, apparently. Cool. So anyway, but leatherback turtles as a group, when they diverged from the rest of turtles, that was probably about 80 million years ago. Might have been earlier, might have been slightly more recent. We're still figuring out some of the details here, but the point is, they probably go back to the Cretaceous. I usually say 80 million years, just because that's kind of the figure that I hear the most often. But there's a little bit of guessing. Yeah. Anyhow.
Could help unlock some of the mysteries held by these waters before she vanishes forever.
And Zul's got a question about tree ancestry. So no trees from modern times would be looked at as descendants to anything from the time of the dinosaurs? No, we do have certain trees that are... Well, do we really call them trees? I don't know. Things like tree ferns, like Dicksonia antarctica. It's a genus and species of tree fern, which is a fern with like a tall woody trunk when they're full grown. The Tasmanian tree fern, or soft tree fern, as it's sometimes called. They're part of a group that goes back to the time of the dinosaurs and even earlier, potentially. Ginkgos. These are the last surviving species in a once grand and diverse family of trees that go back to the Mesozoic and earlier. I think they go back to the Permian period, before the age of dinosaurs. There used to be hundreds or thousands of species of ginkgo, and now there's just one, Ginkgo biloba. It's got these two lobes on each leaf, so biloba. You have other things like the monkey puzzle tree, Araucaria araucana. Very distinctive looking tree. I think it's the national tree of both Argentina and Chile. They kind of fight over it, I think. But it occurs in both countries. And similar trees to this have been found in the Cretaceous and in the Jurassic. And again, these used to be far more diverse. Now there's just a handful of species of Araucariid, and there used to be hundreds or thousands. So yeah. So we definitely do have various kinds of tree today that resemble ones that lived during the time of the dinosaurs. And they're parts of the same groups that stretch back to the time of the dinosaurs. But it's not like they've been there unchanged in that time. They've been making slow modifications all the way along. Like, they're evolving over time, certainly. There's no trees today that are identical to the ones that lived during the time of the dinosaurs. Certainly not. There's going to be lots of subtle differences that botanists will pick up on. I'm not a botanist. I work on dinosaurs. I see a monkey puzzle tree and I go, ooh, monkey puzzle tree, you know? It looks like something out of the Cretaceous. I'm actually growing one in the backyard right now. So But yeah, they've got such cool foliage. Really neat. But anywho, you talk to a botanist and they're like, oh yeah, those things are way different. So yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. I want to get back to our video here though before we're running. Such great footage of leatherbacks in this too. This is awesome. Those are not succulents, Kindred Soul. No, they're conifers. So they're related to pine trees and stuff like that. Oh, hatchling leatherback. No worries, Zool. It's all good. I'll give you a link to this video too, because we will not finish this today.
Well, today I am very glad to welcome the wildlife lovers to Trinidad. And musically, I'll give you these facts. You came here to observe the leatherbacks. And the facts now I must unfold. One of the best species in the world.
Near the equator, where the Caribbean gives way to South America, sits the twin island country of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
What few people know is that Trinidad is a ruggedly tropical country, more South American than Caribbean, with a rainy season that lasts 8 months.
Shoot. It's like Seattle.
And each year, from March to September, Trinidad's east and north coast beaches are home to some of the world's largest nesting sites for the oldest, largest, and furthest roaming of all sea turtles, the leatherback.
Yeah. Oh, this is
8
great.
times the weight of an average man and 2 meters or more in length with a flipper span nearly as long, the leatherback is always on the move, gliding through the water at a constant rate of over 3 kilometers an hour. Nicknamed the Ancient Mariner, it will spend most of its 80 years at sea, roaming more than 12.
80 is probably too much. I think the general consensus now is they live about 50 years. But there might be individuals that live longer than that. We don't really have a good understanding of how long leatherback turtles live because they're so difficult to age. Scott Benson talks about this in his talk.
It's just like which is used typically with most of the other hard-shelled species. Actually, an advantage to this animal because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth. It's got a very high growth rate due to its high vascularization. This makes the animal very difficult to age by using bones like humerus, which is used typically with most of the other hard-shelled species.
So for pretty much all the other sea turtle species, I guess after the animal is deceased, if one washes up on a beach or something and you're like, what happened? How old was this animal? You can count the growth rings in the humerus, in the upper arm bone, if you cut into it, kind of like tree rings. You can't do that with a leatherback turtle, though. You can't really do histo on them, on their limb bones, because they grow so fast that those growth lines just kind of get obliterated, apparently. There's too much vascularization in there.
So in this case, to age a leatherback, you actually have to recover a dead animal and get little bones behind the eye ossicles that aren't vascularized. So you can do the same type of measurements of rings in the bones to estimate age. But aging of leatherbacks is still evolving as a science. It's got the most extensive range of any.
And we'll get to this too, but wonderful talk by Scott Benson, whom I need to email him pretty soon, actually. But we're going to be interviewing him, hopefully in person, right after Christmas. Really excited about that. Anyway.
12,000 kilometers around the world each year. Rarely glimpsed at sea, the elusive males are practically never seen.
Hey, Belinda.
Only
Yeah,
regular
I'm excited
encounter
about
with them
that.
is when females come to nest on the same tropical beach upon which they were born decades before.
Yep.
But how they navigate home remains one of the great mysteries about this reptile. What we do know is that two of the world's most plentiful nesting beaches for leatherbacks are here, on Trinidad's east and north coasts, Natura and Grand Riviera.
Exactly, Belinda. Yeah, yeah.
Following the leatherback's migration to Trinidad each spring for the past 5 years is Scott Eckert, a senior marine biologist from San Diego's Hub Sea World Research Institute. He's among a small handful of researchers in the world working on leatherbacks. It's a race against time. Incidental catch and fishing nets around the world are threatening the survival of the species. So Scott's on a journey to the northeast coast of Trinidad to find leatherbacks. He'll be joined by a small team of Canadian and American scientists to continue vital research that may one day help stem the loss of the leatherback.
I'm in Trinidad to look at how we might find ways of keeping turtles away from fishing nets. One of the ways in which we are addressing the problem is to look at their hearing. If we can understand what sounds leatherbacks don't like, maybe we can find a way to develop a sonic device that will repel turtles from fishing gear.
Traveling through Trinidad's northern rainforest is like moving far back in time, a time when leatherbacks appeared much as they do today.
The leatherback is the most ancient of sea turtles. It's over 120 million years old.
So there we hear 120 million. I've heard 60 million, I've heard 120 million, I've heard 150 million, but the figure that I hear most often is 80 million. And that's the thing, is we're still not totally sure where leatherback turtles split off from the rest of turtles and then from other sea turtles too. We know that they've been distinct from other sea turtles for a long, long, long time. Is it 80 million? Is it 100 million? Is it 120 million? We're still kind of figuring this out.
Leatherback is the most ancient of sea turtles. It's over 120 million years old. Indeed, the leatherback was nesting on tropical beaches when there was only one giant continent. It was here when the dinosaurs were here.
I love this old Charles R. Knight painting. That's not a leatherback per se, that's Archelon, which is a protostegid turtle. And we're still trying to figure out, are leatherbacks super close relatives of protostegids? Did they diverge from the same ancestor? Are they separate radiations of turtles? What's going on? Anyway, here's a mosasaur over here. Nowadays, these animals, we understand they would have looked a lot more like whales. But this one's looking very, almost like a what are those called? Basilisk lizard or something like that. Anyway.
It's that old.
Among the many creatures who swam the ancient waters in our Jurassic Park were leatherbacks and other sea turtles.
Yep.
In fact, leatherbacks bear a striking resemblance to Archelon, the sea mammoth who disappeared 70 million years ago.
Yep. Probably a separate radiation of turtles, but we're still figuring some of this stuff out, you know?
And like leatherbacks must have done so long ago, they will travel far in search of their prime food source, the wondrous iridescent jellyfish. Leatherbacks can consume twice their weight in jellyfish daily, and they have to, since jellyfish are not the most energy-rich nutrient.
No, they're not.
And these turtles will dive 1,200 or more meters to avoid natural predators like killer whales and sharks.
I don't know how often whales or sharks are bothering leatherbacks, but you hear that, like, in a lot of, like, online sources, like, oh, well, here's the vital facts on this animal. Here's its prey and here's its predators. It's like they have to include a thing on predators even if that's not something that these guys have to worry about that much, you know? So, yeah.
Like all sea turtles, the gentle, shy leatherback is a wonder of adaptation and survival, having lived through the great extinction event that wiped out the dinosaurs.
Yep.
But the days when leatherbacks nested in the thousands, like these Ridley turtles, are long gone. Each turtle season, the first thing Scott does is check in with the local turtle watchers in villages near the nesting sites. Villages like Matura, some 56 kilometers northeast of Porto, Spain. It's here where an environmental group called Nature Seekers works hard to conserve leatherbacks
They still do this today.
ecotourism. Key to their work, of course, is education.
You can tell me what kind of turtle. A leatherback turtle. And why do they call it a leatherback turtle? Right.
This is like you, chat. Chat, why do we call them leatherback turtles? Why do we call them that? Why is that? Let me know in the chat. Why do we call them leatherback turtles? They have a back? And they have a front, too. Zool. Yeah. Well, they're called leatherback turtles because... Well...
feet long, huge creature. It does not have a hard shell. It has a carapace that's covered in skin.
Yep.
So if you scratch it, it would actually bleed. This is actually an advantage to this animal because it's capable of diving to some great depths.
So yeah, they've got this flexible, leathery, almost rubbery kind of carapace. There we go. That's not a particularly good mount there, but it gets the idea across. They are, indeed, built different from other turtles. There's a really nice mount right there. But their carapace is essentially just their ribcage. They do have little dermal ossicles. So, like, they've got little interlocking bony plates, but they're flexible. They're not like the hard shell that other turtles have. They're like a pavement of little interlocking ossicles. I don't know what else to describe them as. But yeah, that's their back right there. So leatherback turtle because they've got a leathery back.
Right, because it has a leathery texture. Now, why do we protect turtles? Right, because
On a paper on leatherback whale predation event. Interesting, Mars.
they're endangered, right? What made them endangered? Who can tell me? What happens in the ocean with nets? Right, they are caught, they are drowned in nets. Because when the net tangles them up, they cannot come up to breed. Good to see you. Yeah, I see.
If nets are the problem, then Scott wants to see it firsthand, and the fishing village of Matlot is the perfect place to start. It's literally the end of Trinidad's one road up here. Because this coast sits in the middle of prime leatherback nesting territory, it's one of the places where leatherbacks get caught and often drown in fishing nets.
You get turtles in the nets very often like that?
Yeah, very often. From January month.
Fisherman Dave Banner has been fishing here for years, so he knows directly about the problem.
For each day that you go fishing, how many of those?
Okay, every night we get sometimes we hold 5, sometimes we hold 6, you know.
5 or 6 turtles?
Yeah, per night.
Per night?
Yeah.
Over the whole season, from March all the way through?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
How many of them do you suppose drown?
Well, it all depends. Sometimes 1 drowned, sometimes 2 drowned.
Yeah.
And we free up the rest.
So you figure 1 or 2?
Yes.
1 or 2 doesn't sound like much, but multiply that per night, per fisherman, and the number climbs.
Yeah.
There may be as many as 500 leatherbacks butchered or drowned in nets each season.
which is nuts. It's estimated that there might only be 50 leatherback turtles off the coast of California nowadays in any given season. 50. 50. I don't know. I'm eager to talk with some experts about this and try and get more up-to-date figures, but that's the estimate that I've heard. So yeah. And again, this is on the Pacific coast. Trinidad is in the Atlantic Ocean, so it's on the... Here. Leatherback populations are doing better in the Atlantic. Here we go. The Atlantic, between South America and Africa. Trinidad is going to be up here. Yeah, basically up there. There we go. There's Trinidad and Tobago right there.
Leatherbacks are challenged by a number of things. They're challenged by egg take on the beach, or the killing of adult females when they come to nest on the beach. They're killed by pollution at sea. But the single most devastating problem that leatherbacks face today is the incidental killing in fishing operations. A recent example of this kind of take has been what we have seen on the coasts of South America in coastal gillnet fisheries, in which they've killed between 2,000 and 3,000 leatherbacks every year and virtually wiped out the Mexican and Central American populations.
Join.
Kindred Soul says it's time to go there and show support for what they're doing. I'm hoping to. That's gonna be something that I'm trying to do in 2026. It was just back in May of this year that I became so enamored with these animals. I got to go on a trip to Puerto Rico, which was incredible, investigating some family history and stuff, and just kind of going there to the island for the first time, and it seemed like everywhere we went, me and Ios and Lordy, we saw stuff like this. Turtle-friendly lighting zone here. This is on a beach there. They get different species of sea turtle nesting there all the time, and it seems like the one that gets the most attention is, well, this. This is a leatherback nest there. This is at Luquillo Beach in Luquillo, Puerto Rico. Not too far from San Juan, the capital. It's a really big nest, so I'm presuming it's a leatherback nest. I didn't actually get to see the tracks from this animal. But they're all over the place. And this creature that I've been reading about since I was a kid, because every paleontologist knows about leatherback turtles. You know, they're these iconic creatures that look like they're straight out of the Cretaceous, because they kind of are. I'd always known that they're the largest of all turtles. They can maintain their own body heat, which is kind of unique for a sea turtle, let alone for just among reptiles in general. That's fairly unique, non-avian reptiles. Like, it's incredible that they have these enormous migrations and they feed almost entirely on jellyfish, and there's so many superlatives. I always knew that they were special, but seeing these nests in person, being there, and they just felt close to home, and I realized these are a creature that they're on the brink of extinction. And we've got a little bit of a platform here on Twitch nowadays. I've got 225 people plus who are watching right now. We could do something as a community to try and save these animals. I'm jazzed about this. I'm so excited for what we might be able to do in 2026. So I'm sending out emails, I'm making connections, I'm trying to set things up so that we can do something really important this next year. Getting involved with leatherback turtle conservation and research and outreach. Yeah. So, with that said, it's past 6 o'clock here now. I've got some other emails I got to send. I've got some messages I got to check and everything. We're going to wrap up today's stream, and we'll continue that leatherback video another day. Oh. Hang on. Here's that sticker. I forgot it was right here. But yeah. I got to see about getting those tote bags, too, potentially. But, yeah, they've survived 800,000 centuries, give or take. Maybe more. Don't let this one be their last. And it very well could be if we don't do something immediately to save these animals. If we don't really turn things around for them. So, let's wrap up today's stream. Don't go away just yet. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science here. But let's begin our wrap-up procedure. There's a Smilodon skull to run our credits over. Come on, credits. What's going on? Having some Streamlabs issues. Roll credits live. There we go. Hopefully that works. Come on now. Refresh cache. Let's see if that works. There we go. It's working. Yeah. Who else is doing some science on Twitch right now? Let's see here. And oh, Science Streams is starting up in just about a minute and a half. Let's go see what Valent and Lita are up to. Everybody, thank you so much for another fun stream today. Thanks for sticking with me as we explored some topics that are not always the most fun to talk about, things like plastic pollution. These are going to be important things to think about as we get into leatherback turtle conservation and research next year. Next year being, what, 20 days from now? Oh! Yeah. Anyway, thank you, everybody being named in our credits, from new followers and raiders to the subscribers and the resubscribers, the gifters and the cheers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support. And then, of course, to the people who make these streams possible through their dedication, their moderation work. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you more than you know. Wish me luck in sending some emails and organizing things this evening. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for another fun paleontologizing stream. There's no seminar in Berkeley tomorrow, so hopefully I can be on time for a Tuesday stream for once. Till then, you all take care of yourselves and each other, and let's go see what Science Streams is up to. All right. Take care, everybody.